Yeah, he brings it up in, I think, last week's episode. He kind of talks about it for a quick second, just saying, like, talking about the new tour and talking about how he's trying to get his stand-up back on there, but it's kind of out of his control, and he's just waiting on Warner Brothers to release the rights so that they can put everything back on there. But if I'm not mistaken, I think he switched to a new label. He might actually be on Chad Daniels' label now.
Well, that'd be good for him, considering them together is like Tom Segura and Burt Kreschner.
Yeah. I used to listen to Chad Daniels and Cy Amoson's podcast. I've fallen behind on it, but anytime that Dan makes his cameos, I always pop in and listen on those.
Well, there's just too much shit to listen to really keep up on everything. Eventually, you just start having to, like, well, I used to like this, but, I don't have 3 hours to dedicate to this anymore, so.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. It's Middle of Somewhere is the podcast, and it's pretty funny. And it's like Chad Daniels just bitching about life and Cy Amoson making fun of him for it. But it was my filler podcast when I was like caught up on Time Suck and Glass Cannon, and now Critical Role has assumed that, so I no longer listen to Middle of Somewhere. But the episodes that Dan comes on there, they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, I just get bored with topics, so that's why I started listening to that Monster Talk, because that was fun, and it's like, okay, I've had enough of that. Let me go back to scary stories, and then, okay, now Time Suck. Now maybe I can get back into Critical Role. All it does is make me listen and go, here's what I would do with my character.
It's been nice listening to Campaign 1 because Vax is like a pretty phenomenal rogue, and so I was passively learning how to play a rogue by just listening to him. I'm just not going the dagger route because I don't have returning daggers yet, but I absolutely
also didn't take the assassin path.
True.
So I'm
very
pretty
true.
sure he would have played differently if Vax was a swashbuckler versus.
Yeah, he's definitely pulled some shit though, where I was like, I'm gonna remember this for the future because I could probably still do that with Renwick. But it definitely made me want Whisper. Just like the teleport on hit ability of that dagger was absolutely fucking gold.
Yep. Well, I think that's one of his homebrew items. Because I think all the really big stuff, once they get into the higher levels, he created.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the what is it, Vestiges of Divergence. Those all seemed homebrew, but it would be pretty sick to like bonus action Whisper, hit somebody, teleport to them, and then still have like, I mean, at level 5 I get a second attack, so I could just like rapier double swipe. It would be fucking glorious.
Remember, Sean, it's almost Christmas. This is the Christmas list you're getting.
Yeah, seriously, we're all looking for our magical Christmas item that's just gonna, it's gonna appear out of thin air after we somehow escape the underground death trap that
it's just funny that you still think you're somehow gonna escape.
Oh, we're
It
not.
brings a
We've
tear to
already
my eye.
we've talked about it. We all know that we're fucked. It's more so just survive this room and hope that the jailers aren't too mean.
Oh, jailers! You'll never see the jailhouse either. No.
I mean, if
I'm gonna
anything,
shoot a
Gladiator's
message to
worth
Lucas real
more
quick.
alive than dead.
Oh yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, a few of you, I would like to grant just a little bit of plot armor. It would be nice if you could die like on your own soil or something. At least introduce the party to the NPCs you deemed important before you go. That's a gentlemanly thing to do.
Hey, I'm willing to flip sides. I mean, don't you know Locris actually stands for Arnold Benedict or Benedict Arnold? That fuck.
Locris just puts on the gold badge and claims that he was chasing the slaves down the hole as we slid from the bathroom.
Also, still look like that chick. Do you know who I am? Let me out of here.
The problem with giving everybody these magical wish list items is that sometimes you fuckers are pretty clever. Like, Renwick, for instance, literally saving lives with fishing tackle. It's not even magical. It is literally the most mundane of mundane items. Fucking saving people's lives with that shit. Now I gotta give them something powerful? Oh, this is gonna be rough. I feel future whompings coming my way if I don't tread these waters carefully.
I mean, you say that, and I do feel proud about that moment, but I also put myself in situations where I really shouldn't, or forget to insight check the guy that invites me to use a coin to enter his underground society. So I feel like it's pretty balanced at this point.
I feel like I tried on more than one occasion to make him seem shady. I think you just embraced your own inner shadiness.
Well, I mean, he started talking in thieves' cant, and I was like, oh, this dude's on the up and up. He gets it. And I was like, maybe Sean's throwing us a bone because I feel like we've been searching for information and nobody will talk to us without being somehow connected to the Silver Queen.
Hey, criminals are very trustworthy people.
Whatever happened to honor amongst thieves?
Yeah, isn't that the D&D movie title?
You should know better than that. Sean throws no bones.
Dude, his name's fucking Teddy. Like, I don't know why we trusted him.
I mean, it sounds like a trustworthy name to me, but maybe that's just it. He's giving me like Teddy Roosevelt vibes, and like short of the whole racism part, he was pretty awesome.
I don't know.
Last name Bundy.
Damn it.
Oh, I should have asked his last name.
I figure we'll give Logus the benefit of the doubt here a couple more minutes and we'll start this off anyway. You'll have to catch him up mid-sesh, but he should be along shortly, I imagine.
Okay, so we're all agreed we just kill ourselves and come back as revenants, and we'll spend the rest of the campaign just torturing the shit out of Teddy until he kills himself.
I was debating a secondary character so that I don't have to put Sean through the legend of Pony Danza Jr. I could always come back as Renwick's mom when Renwick doesn't return home, and I could just be an angry halfling that comes tearing through cities looking for her lost son and eventually finds Teddy, and just make Teddy my end game for her backstory.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't even drawn up a backup character yet. Probably should get on that.
I would say of the party, you seem to be the least reckless. You might live yet, but your friends, they're fucking done.
I mean, I am famous after all.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm just a tour manager, and he fell in with the wrong crowd. I tried to save him, this Freddie Mercury looking guy.
Yeah, this guy
So,
ran up some silver loots.
I mean, I never saw the loots. I never played the loots. I don't know how to play a lute. Yeah, I'm innocent.
Sounds a whole lot of Johnny Cochran talk around here. Allegedly.
Hey man, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
If I can't pluck a string, I didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, I'm like just strictly tambourine. Maybe a pan flute here and there. Maybe I could bring Yoli back from the depths.
I think Yoli will have to be like an item to be used. You know, he'll be like a pocket goblin. That shit was hilarious.
That would not be the worst thing in the world. And think about all the roleplay fun when you have Yoli who worships dragonborns because they look like dragons in a town, or actually in like a continent where dragonborns are the primary species.
I mean, he'd probably just run off like where there were just more dragonborn. Like he wouldn't even follow Glacier.
All right, welcome back, Logos.
What's up, fellas? I'm trying to take out the groceries while just hop on the phone real quick.
Okay, I'm going to drop a pic in the map at a map in the feed, and we'll get this bugger recap going here in just a second.
Oh, I could do the recap. You guys are doing a great job of playing music. Then you started getting stupid. And now you're going to die. That's where we pick up. Just turn into a music game. All we'll do is just go around touring.
All right. Let's see here. Back to my back to before you guys die. Let's recap real quick. You know, before I have to narrate some epic deaths. Last session, the party had just reconvened at the Broken Oar Inn and Tavern. Blade, with a rough start, aided by Locris with an excellent use of prestidigitation, stole the show from an elven harp-playing bard and managed to hold a crowd, bard included, rapt on his every word. Logus and Gladier posted up and kept an eye on a few various shady characters, one of which happened to be Teddy, a local merchant you've recently done business with, whom agreed to meet up with Renwick after hours. Upon Renwick meeting with his fast friend Teddy, there was much talk of melons. Through thieves' cant, Renwick deduced much. Thinking Teddy to be an ally, you accepted a few tokens and sold him your loots. After conferring with the party, they decided to try and gain the favor of Teddy and his organization to leverage some info and head into the Dead Goblin. Some bad beer and a huge pile of shit later, the party found themselves in peril once again. A lethal obstacle course reserved for enemies of the Queen and common criminals alike, for the betting pleasures of an elite crowd, promised 100,000 gold and prior guilty deeds forgiven to bring forth a jeweled orb at the course's end. Along the way through the course, Teddy is spotted with a silver soldier commander, clearly enjoying the wealth and privilege of selling you out. Some acid, electricity, heat and cold, and a spike pit later. The party, though battered and bruised, and at some points unconscious, and some points saved by a lure, a fishing lure, pressed on. The crowd, at first, with stunned silence to seeing Gladier's true form, has renewed their taunts and hate speech tenfold. The party, after barreling down a tube, occasionally blasting fire at them, comes to what looks to be the final room. Standing upon a platform of stone, the party looks across a deep and motionless pool of water to the other side of the room, where a stone pedestal on a smaller stone platform holds a glowing and glittering orb. And that is where we are now. So, you guys have crash landed out of this tube onto the larger of the two platforms on this map. You guys are in a tangled up mess, a doggy pile, if you will, and as you guys kind of gain your senses and come to, everybody go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of gauge your surroundings.
Okay, off to a good start. Natty 20.
I was gonna say
Dirty 20.
Yeah, cool.
That's a 21 total for me. Keep
12.
those coming.
So we got a nat 20 and a dirty 20. Anything like above and beyond?
18 for Logan.
14 for Blade.
Okay, well then the nat 20 and dirty 20 will reveal much. You look around the area and you see, looks like you're not the first down the tube. There are a couple of charred lumps that, as you guys kind of dig yourself out of the pile of yourselves, I guess. Looks like a couple of extra singed, extra charred up lumps of gore. Essentially once were bodies, but they're now facial features and clothing has been burned almost beyond recognition. The smell of burnt flesh and the occasional waft of smoke still kind of coming off of them, off of their black and charred bodies. Aside from them, the two, there are two of them, one on either side of the tube that you guys kind of fell down. As you look over the water is it's clearly water, but it is serene. There does not appear to be a current or a natural ebb and flow to the water here. And as such, the water, which comes right up a level with the platform you're standing on, is so serene, so smooth, and so unmoving. It acts almost like a mirror. It looks like, it could be glass aside from water, but and then on the other side of the room is a smaller stone platform, also level with the water, and upon that is a pedestal with a glowing, sparkling orb that is like radiating. At least from what you can see, Gladier, you're a paladin. You can recognize divination magic, from a distance, and that is exactly what's going on here. Some sort of divine magic. You're unsure, but there's definitely, covering most of the platform that the orb is on. The orb seems to have, almost like a large protective aura of this radiating light all around it.
And is the platform that the orb is on, is it the same height that our platform is on?
Correct. You guys are both flush with the water. Like if the water was moving or even to splash just a bit, it would probably splash over onto the platform you guys are on. And also with that, you notice, Gladier, as you kind of move to the water's edge and look down, you don't see the bottom. The water goes very, very deep and eventually becomes nothing but blackness. It looks like no light sources can be seen from too far down below. And as you kind of gaze about, you notice most of the walls, even though they're, it's still standard as kind of like in the previous rooms, very smooth, flat walls that are high. You see a lot of the sideways, like arrow ports, of people kind of watching and cheering for your guys' demise. But you do notice for several feet all around the walls of this whole room and covering both platforms is like a thin layer of slime. You're walking through it, and it's not particularly slippery or sticky, but you do notice that all of the surfaces above the water in this room, up to several feet up the wall even, are covered in a very viscous fluid, some kind of slime.
And
How far
can
away
you,
is the orb from the platform we're standing on?
Okay, so if you stand at the edge of your platform, you're looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. It's 40 feet to the other platform, and then you got another 5 feet of platform. So you're looking at 45 feet total. We'll say 50 feet to actually get to like the square the orb is in.
and I'm sorry, did you mention like how tall the ceiling is?
It's pretty standard. It's a high ceiling, but it is a solid 15, 20 feet above you. Very smooth cut stone, clearly of dwarven make.
Well, fellas, I have a bad feeling about this water. With how still and clear it is, I have a feeling that we maybe should do our best not to disturb the water in any way. And also, that orb over there is radiating some sort of divine magic. I can't quite tell exactly what the purpose is from here, but I can determine that it is some sort of divine aura that is emanating from it.
Did we, in that perception check, also look up toward the ceiling and just make sure like nothing is above us as well? Because obviously the water draws your attention, so maybe something is hiding elsewhere.
I'm gonna say with that natty 20, looking up, it doesn't have anything abnormal compared to the other rooms you guys have been. It is a very, very smooth cut, very perfect, 90-degree angle, completely smooth ceiling. There are literally no imperfections anywhere in the walls or ceiling. It is as if they were at one point a single stone and this room was carved from it.
Are you sure you don't want to disturb the water? I was thinking about throwing a ball bearing in there and seeing what happens.
Well, I mean, there's only one way across, and we have to go through or over the water. So at some point, it might get disturbed. I don't, unless anyone has any ideas, I don't see any way across this without, potentially disturbing the water. So if we were going to test it, I would try and throw that ball bearing as far away from us as possible.
The
We
boys,
could
I grew up a bit of
go.
a fisherman myself, and typically you find the biggest fish in the deepest water, and we can't see the bottom. So maybe we go fishing before we start swimming.
And
Look,
Blake, go ahead and just kind of maybe scoop up some of the slime on the ground and just maybe see if that's like maybe man-made or if it's maybe something from like a creature of some sort.
Absolutely. As you scoop yourself a handful of slime, there's a multitude of checks you could make for this. So I will say your choice. You could give me a perception, an investigation, or knowledge arcana.
Sure, we don't want to go with performance on this one.
I mean, if you want to do a sing and a dance as you inspect, I'll allow it.
No, that's a stretch. I'll go perception.
can I make that perception working? Walk over and kind of look over his shoulder at the slime.
So, do you want to give him advantage, or do you want to make your own check?
Oh, I have. What's your modifier to perception? Because I have a +8.
Yeah, let's go with you. If I, I've only got a +2.
Okay, so a blade scoops up a big handful of slime, and you both kind of come over to inspect it. Both of you guys give me some checks. Logos, being of the wood, I'll allow you to expand that to nature if that's a better stat for you.
Believe it or not, nature is horrible for me. It's only a +1. So I'll stick with the
Oakley's nature
perception.
sucked too, and I was a fucking druid, so.
I see jack shit. 6.
I mean, I'll give you the basics, but I was hoping for a little more. There we go, Logos. Nice. So, Will, you scoop it up. It's definitely slime. You rub it between your fingers, and it kind of sticks a little bit, but not too much. It's not particularly slippery, and it's not particularly sticky. It's just this kind of weird viscous fluid that seems to be all over the walls and all over both platforms. It's kind of odd. You're unsure as to its origin. Logos, you are kind of fiddling with it. What skill did you decide to go with there? Perception?
Yeah, perception is my highest.
So you're looking at this, and you're not 100% on what made it or where it came from, but in your swamp-like forested region of Nightwood, creatures that use mucous membranes and things like that are not unheard of, and you kind of get a sense that this has probably got something to do with an animal or maybe a plant of some kind that secretes this fluid as a byproduct. You can tell that it is not particularly dangerous or anything, but it is a byproduct of some sort of living organism. Whether it is plant or animal in nature, you are unsure, but you can assume you are currently in something's lair.
Oh, sorry. Logos was saying. Well, good news and bad news. I've seen slime like that before back in my homeland. Bad news is that we're definitely not alone in here. Sometimes it's plant-based, sometimes it's animal, but we are most definitely being tracked by something here. There is something in here with us. And since we don't see anything, I assume the minute we touch that water, something's going to come out.
Well, and it sounds like our best bet's to disturb the water before we go swimming.
Well, Renwick, you want to see if you can catch something?
But if I'm being honest, I don't really weigh that much. So if everybody would like to perhaps hold on to me, that might be for the best.
And Glader would walk up behind him and get a ready stance and just grab onto his waist.
Blade,
I got you, buddy.
blade of the sticky hand grabs Gladiator to help.
Is there like on our platform, is there any kind of like pillar or anything on our side, or is there that maybe we could tie a rope around?
As far as you can tell, the dwarven work in this on your side of the pool is immaculate. It is perfect 90-degree angles and completely smooth. Aside from the slime everywhere, there's not a lot. The tube you kind of came in through, the entrance is still there. You could potentially try to climb back up to the monkey bar levels if you would like, but there is essentially nothing but the smooth stone and a couple of charred, burnt corpses on your platform.
Actually,
Why don't we throw a body in the water instead of risking you, Renwick?
Oh, that does seem like it'd be better bait, and it's already cooked.
Hey, Gladiator, you feel like tossing a burnt body into the water, seeing what happens?
yeah, why not? I'll just walk over to one of the bodies. Can I find I don't know, man. I'm just gonna try and toss a whole body. I don't feel like tearing apart a corpse to just get an
So,
armor.
as you pick up the body, I'm gonna be like, Logos, are we sure that we want to draw this thing out instead of trying to get across before maybe it gets to us? Maybe that orb on the other side controls it or helps us.
Do we have any ideas on how it can get across?
I mean, I don't see any other way around with the smooth walls other than swimming, so it might be best to draw it out and see if a couple of us can sneak around the side while the others keep it at bay. I don't we don't know what we're dealing with, so unfortunately there's not a lot that we can really plan for right now.
Yeah. I mean, if everyone's on board with it, I can just toss this thing as far as I can and see what happens.
Hey, Sean, is swimming speed, is it the same as your movement speed, or would it be half speed?
It'll be half speed unless you have a specific stat. If you don't have an actual swim speed as a stat, it is half your movement.
Or if you have Mariner's armor, which I don't think any of us have. Alright, so am I tossing this?
Hold on, let me see if I have the swim speed.
So there are two bodies to choose from, Gladiator. One appears to be a very crispy burnt dwarf, and the other a average sized human female.
Oh god, this is dark. So Gladiators, does one of them look, just gauging from which one looks lighter? Is
Give me a perception check, and we'll get it from there.
Oh god, that's a dirty 20. What a 19 plus 1.
They're pretty close to even. She's kind of a wide-shouldered and tall lady, average human, but maybe on a little bit of a bulky side. And the dwarf is short but stout, so they both look to be roughly a couple 100 pounds.
Alright, Gladier's gonna.
Are the bodies in front of a chute? Like, could I try to discern if they were burned by the flames down the chute, or is this a result of the creature in this room?
Go ahead and give me a medicine check if you want to discern how these people died.
Got a 10 total.
Fire for sure killed these guys. They were barbecued. You notice a few other wounds, but you're not sure. Could have been a slash, could have been stabbed, could have been a big bruise. Everything's cauterized. They're just kind of giant charred chunks.
Uh, what do you think, Lady? Should one of us try to swim across, or are you just gonna draw this thing out? We don't know what's gonna come up, and it could be very terrible.
Well, personally, I don't know about everyone else, but I'd rather find out what it was standing on solid ground instead of in the middle of a lake. Yeah, I'm open to ideas. I would like to hear from everyone before we move forward. I mean, kind of gotten our ass handed to us the past couple rooms, so I think we should think carefully about this. And if anyone has any ideas, I'd like to share.
Well, I grew up in the sea, and I can tell you right now, the most dangerous creatures aren't the ones you can see; they're the ones you can't see. So I don't really recommend getting in this deep water without knowing what's in it first.
Yeah, but as a person of the sea, what if a fucking kraken comes up from there or something? The world has the ability to stop it.
Well, do you think you're going to be able to stop it from the water, or would you rather be on firm ground when you're fighting it?
Oh,
In the water, you're bait.
I mean, if you'd like, we could let you try to swim across without disturbing the water too much. And then if we see the water start to move, Gladier can toss a body and see if he can't distract whatever's down there. You're welcome to try it.
Keep in
Which
mind,
one?
it'll take you 2 full rounds of. Well, actually,
Well, I don't
no.
have disadvantage, and I have 35 feet. And you said the other platform was 40 feet away. So if I like jump in, use my movement, and then like action move again, I could get 30 feet, but I'd still be in the water.
Yeah,
Could
and
potentially get in at the start of the next round. Well, we're not. I mean, obviously, if I jump in and combat starts,
What if we push one body in at one side, you climb in the other, and I can use Mage Hand to maybe jiggle the dead body around? And if there's one creature, it might distract it enough. But if there's two, well,
yeah, so
if y'all think
As you guys
if
are
y'all wanna,
talking, the deafening roar of the crowd has become enraged. You guys definitely hear a variety of insults hurled at you. You can overhear people scream, "I got money on you to die quicker than this, you fucks!" And then other people hollering slurs about elves, and then others this or that. And but over most of the crowd's hatred. A lot of the slurs and bad language all seem to be directed at Gladier. You guys could tell from the thrum of the loud crowd that Gladier is heavy, being bet on heavily, quite heavily. And once again, you guys just kind of notice they are not betting on whether or not you live or die. They are betting on how long it takes you to die.
You got quite the fan club out there, Gladier.
Yeah.
Well, I've got half a mind to sit here and take a fucking rest just to make sure they all lose their bets.
Since we can hear them, could I maybe like I know it's a lot of noise, but in all those things, is there any kind of like people talking about? Obviously, they've seen this before. Like, could we maybe like try to pick out if there anybody's mentioning what's happening here?
I'll say go ahead and give me a perception check. It'll be kind of hard to pick that up through this very like loud thrum of the crowd, and then you're kind of in an echoless chamber. So I'm gonna have you make it with disadvantage. But go ahead and give me a perception check to try to pinpoint a conversation or two.
Even at disadvantage, I had a total of 21.
So with a 21, it's pretty hard to pick out different, like a single conversation. But as you kind of widen the span to the whole crowd in general, you definitely pick up, a common, theme, a common vibe from the crowd, and that is that it is very rare for any contestants to reach this room alive. Should be some good betting. Should be 100 to 1 odds, 10 to 1 odds, who knows? And then on the other side of the room, you hear, never, not one time since Silver Queen took Hammerton, have I ever seen anyone leave this room alive. 100 to 1 odds on that dead dragonborn in there.
So, listening to the crowd, guys, apparently nobody in the history of the Silver Queen's reign has ever made it out of this room alive. It's even more rare that anybody's made it this far, but no one has ever seen the end or made it out of here alive. Might want to take that into consideration of whatever we plan.
Well, I'm not one for pleading for my life, so it sounds like the only way out of this is through it. It's just a matter of, are you going swimming? Is Gladier going, well, shot putting with that corpse over there? Or am I going fishing to see if we can't draw whatever this thing is out?
Is there one we can see that looks just the most agitated and aggravated at how long we're taking?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I guess 2.
Sorry, what was that roll?
2.
Oh, yeah. Fucking slime everywhere, man.
I don't know, I just want to see somebody who looks completely pissed off and make myself look like them, just to piss them off more.
Oh, you can for sure pick somebody out of the crowd. There are dozens of faces pressed up against the window, hurling obscenities in the direction of you and your party.
That's what I'll do. I'll just look for whoever looks the most agitated. Make my face look like him. Oh, I'm just a little bitch!
Renwick puts his hand in his pocket and pulls out a middle finger, flashes the crowd.
You guys can hear, based on your antics, the betting seems to either increase or decrease depending on who you decide to taunt back or not. It doesn't seem like taunts are a common thing. Not from the contestants, anyway.
So Blade is just going to kind of walk up to the edge of the water here, and he's going to use his prestidigitation to kind of blow a faint wind over the top of the water. See if it stirs anything.
Okay, so you use prestidigitation to blow like a gentle ripple over the water, and as you do so, in the direction kind of where you've made the ripple, you notice the arcane, like, or the divine aura around the orb on the other side of the room sucks into the orb quickly, and a beam of light projects from the orb to the very center where you had kind of prestidigitated a ripple of the water, and it looks almost as if, you know, an eye. It looks back and forth, bounces from one side to the other, looking around for anything, and after a few seconds of peering around over the open water, the beam piercing through the water, allowing you to see visually a little bit farther down, but still the depths of blackness at the very bottom. But yeah, for a moment you kind of awaken this orb and have it look about. But as it glances about, it finding nothing, goes back to quickly. It sucks in the beam of light again, and then boop, and then comes back to being the orb has surrounded itself with, you know, a much larger kind of orb, kind of aura of divine energy. But you see rippling the water definitely caught the eye of whatever this orb is.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't try to swim over there. Did we try throwing the body now?
I think our best course of action actually might be to give this thing more targets to stare at, as much as I hate to say it. Because it seems like it's looking for one thing that's disturbing the water. It's only one eye. It can't look in multiple places. So would our best course of action to have everybody throw a body in the water and dive in at the same time and just make a fucking break for it and see if this thing doesn't get confused by all the disturbance?
Hey, so Logan says Renwick is saying that he's gonna pull out 2 ball bearings and he's gonna throw one to the left side and one to the right side of the water and make a splash.
Okay, as you do this, the the orb, you know, is surrounded by this aura, and as you throw a couple of ball bearings in, once again you get a beam of light that hyper focuses in on each ball bearing, and it splits. So there are now 2 beams of light shooting off the orb, and the orb, you know, holds the beam of light on the quickly sinking ball bearing for quite some time. It allows, you know, a pretty good view of the depths of this chamber, of the water of this chamber, but you still can't see the bottom, even though for some time this orb kind of focuses on the ball bearings dropping down. And Logos, the orb, the beams follow your ball bearings for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it snaps together. Both beams come together and they focus on you and you alone. You are lit up in this room. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw. You can make this with advantage due to your elven heritage.
Well, that's not good. It's gonna be a straight roll. Wow. Just 6 and a, well, 6 would be the highest.
6 total?
Unfortunately.
So this beam of light focuses on you, and you alone. And man, you feel like a warm sensation suddenly. You feel like you can smell fresh air. Maybe you can. This thing that's looking at you. It's almost whispering to you to come to it. It wants you. It needs you to touch it. You want to touch it. It looks warm. It's radiating energy and warmth, health, happiness. You want to touch it, and you do not take any super drastic action. But the rest of the party, you notice Locust goes glazy-eyed and has a gigantic smile on his face, and is slowly and casually walking towards the orb, hands at his side, kind of zombie-like. It is not even hard to tell. He's in some kind of trance, and he's begins walking towards the orb. What do you guys do? I'm gonna give you one shot at this.
Gladiator's gonna run up, grab his shoulder, spin him around, and smack him in the face.
All right, give me a grapple check as you run up and grab his shoulders.
Is that a check? That's just athletics, right?
Correct. Let's just call it athletics check for sure.
Would I have to oppose this since I'm obviously like charmed or whatever?
You currently have tunnel vision. You only see the orb and its glittery, sparkly gloriousness, its healing light, and its loving warmth. You gotta touch it. It wants you to touch it.
Great. With disadvantage, that was a 12.
It's enough to stop Logos. And
Okay.
as you give him a good slap, go ahead and give me an unarmed. I'll say I won't make you roll to hit, but roll some. What is the unarmed damage for you, Gladier?
That is just 1 sec. Unarmed strike. Is 5 damage. Can I restrain it? Like, I'm not trying to do like hurt him. Just kind of like snap him out of it. So is there like a non-lethal damage? Like just like.
Okay, so
Wait.
we'll say we gave him a good bitch slap instead of a solid punch. So
Yeah.
well, I didn't realize you're so beefy, you fucking muscly, roided out fuck. So Logos, you do take a point of damage from a good bitch slap from Gladier, but it seems to snap you out of it. You taking a little bit of damage, you kind of shake it off, and you are now once again aware of your surroundings. And you guys notice that the orb has gone back to just having a protective aura around itself.
Well, that was unfortunate. If that thing stares at you, you get a feeling of warmth and just feeling safe, and that orb has all the answers, and you can do nothing but want to touch it. It was
Well,
a
that
nice
makes-
feeling, but also scary.
Well, that makes me wonder if the orb is actually the prize or not. Like maybe it's the ruse. Like we're supposed to go for the orb, but the only way out is something else. Why else would we be drawn to the orb if we're supposed to get it to get out of here? That seems counterintuitive for a place like this.
But it also seems like it wanted me to walk into the water and drown. So I don't see another way. If that thing sees you and you walk into the water, I assume you're just going to sink.
Either that, or you keep swimming across, and whatever's in the water comes up and has a free meal. So,
Chris
I mean-
is going to walk over to one of the dead bodies and chop off an arm and throw it in the water, and then using Mage Hand, move it around.
You get a similar reaction. The aura around the orb straightens into a straight line and is drawn to the moving around of the arm in the water, but only briefly. It seems to, like before, immediately snap to your position, Locris, and gazes into you. And go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Clater's going to be standing at the ready, seeing how he knows the reaction, just in case.
Okay. Is that total 12?
Yes, because Avery sucks and it hates me.
Boy, she does like to screw with you. Of all of us, she picks you quite a bit to douche on. Anyway, you have similar effects as Logos. You guys notice in the party that Locris's eyes glaze over, almost as if, in a daze. His arms go slack, and he has a giant smile on his face. And the Locris, you hear like a whisper on a warm breeze, and the scent of fall leaves, and you could feel the pleasant sun on your face, and you get a sense of warmth and goodness from this orb, and it wants you to come to it. It wants you to touch it, and you very much want to accommodate this thing's wishes. It makes you feel so good, and it can possibly have any ill effects. In fact, it is probably a blessing that this thing is even talking to you. Someone from the abyss, like you should be bowing in this thing's presence almost. And it is just a most flattering feeling, and you. Like Logos, you drop your guard with a grin, and he begins to walk towards the orb. Gladiator, give me another athletics check to haul back your friend.
Same roll, 12.
Barely enough. He's unaware of your presence even or anything, so... I'll have you. You give him a solid bitch slap. So you do take a point of damage, Locris, and you just kind of snap out of it. You're suddenly really aware of your surroundings, and the orb is once again just kind of focused its aura around itself.
Do we see anything going for the arm that he threw in there?
Give me a perception check.
This thing can't be tricked. It'll find you as if you're tethered to a magical word.
Not great. 7.
Yeah, nothing really happens once Logos kind of lost the control of holding onto that arm as he kind of went into this daze. But it just kind of slowly floats beyond your sight into the darkness.
So now that we've sat here and we've tried a couple different things, would we be able to argue for like an Arcana check to see if we can get any sort of insight on this orb, how it operates, or like maybe the room?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
17.
From what you get, 17, you think it's kind of reactionary. It seems to be focused on like the movement of the water or something in the water, and you don't necessarily get like a good read on exactly what it does or how it's manufactured, but you get a sense that this is potentially something less refined and more raw. Like this is something yet to be like fully developed, if you will. Like this is just like a component of some kind that seems almost like somewhat sentient, but not quite in the way that you and I perceive ourselves as sentient. But it does react to outside stimulation and whatnot. But from what you can tell, it's almost like, for lack of a better word, like a arcane AI.
After
Is it
being possessed, can I do an Arcana check on it on the orb?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Since you've
Is the
already had this kind of a weird fucked up moment with the orb, I'll let you make an Arcana check with advantage.
All right,
the
so
orb
straight
like-
roll. 21.
Look, Chris, you get a weird fucking sense about you and this fucked up little entity that it's very like I don't know. In the brief time you were connected to it, something seemed infantile. Something seemed very childlike. And as you kind of reflect back and kind of gaze into it and try to discern what is going on here, it clicks. You are 100% sure that the fucking orb on that pedestal is not some arcane, a piece of equipment. It is in fact an egg. There is no doubt in your mind that whatever is on you don't know what, an egg of what, but that is a giant jeweled like magical aura ass fucking having egg.
That's not a way out, boys. That's an egg of something, and I don't know, by the eyeballs, I don't know what we're dealing with, but that's not the way out.
an egg, like the child of something, the unborn child of something, that kind of egg.
Something perhaps
Yes.
with a gaze, like a beholder, or any other number of things that can just kill you by looking at you. That's not concerning at all.
Bum, bum,
Well,
bum. Okay,
if
continue,
Norma's
my
in
bad.
here, perhaps having the egg will give us a bartering chip of some sort, because if that, I don't know. I think, obviously, I think we need to get to that egg one way or another.
I think the biggest thing to think about here is where there's an egg, there's the thing that laid it. And we've yet to see that. And I guarantee it's in this room. And if it secretes slime and it's got an egg that can charm you into the water, I'm not really seeing a good way through this situation, boys. I think we're in for
Shoot it
quite a
with an
fucking
arrow.
fight.
Shoot it with an arrow and let's get this show on the road.
Should I shoot the egg?
That or one of us go swimming all the way down and see if maybe the way out is that eye breaks the water for you so you can breathe. Either way, it's feels like it's suicide by A or suicide by B.
The,
Can I make
the
like a
crowd
blo-
erupts into a huge fucking chorus of boo, die faster, boo.
Hey, why don't you come
Can I-
show me how it's done?
Renwick
You get a
moves
number
the
of
crowd.
obscene hand gestures back. Yeah.
Can I make like a blunted arrow, like snap it, the pointy tip off, and I just kind of want to poke the egg and see what happens. I don't want to like crack it.
Okay, yeah, you could snap the tip off an arrow and fire it. Give me an attack roll.
22.
So your arrow just kind of soars across the way, and as it goes to strike true, you notice that at the very last moment, it just kind of deflects right off of the protective aura of divine energy that this thing seems to be emanating. Your arrow, unfortunately, does not get anywhere near it. It's a foot or so off, but upon your arrow bouncing off of this protective aura, it lands precariously on the edge, on the concrete platform of this, on the other side of the room. And once again, the gaze snaps to the arrow as like inspectingly, and it gives it a quick, it holds it in its gaze for just a bit, and then once again snaps across the room straight to you.
When I see it look, when I look at it, look at the arrow, can I like try to drop to the floor to see like as soon as I see it look at the arrow and before it snaps, can I try to like drop to the floor?
Yeah, you can go prone for sure. So you hit prone, but it does not stop this light from lighting you up from across the way. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw, but it is a charm effect, and you are an elf, so you get to go with advantage on that.
Renwick will ready an action to slap him on the ass if he starts to space out.
18 total.
Yeah, you don't seem to be under the influence of this thing, but you do briefly kind of feel mentally connected with it, Logos. You shake off its influence of you, but upon passing its saving throw, you realize that you too get a very infantile sense, like you can almost feel the little wiggle of like a small fish or a small lizard or something inside of the egg. You can like sense it while you guys are connected briefly, and you can assume it's kind of unaware of the outside, but it is just kind of taking protective measures of itself.
Now
In
that I
that
know,
moment of connection, can I maybe make like a nature check or survival or animal handling or something? Maybe try to discern a little more of what this thing is.
Go ahead and give me a nature check.
$15 total.
So, with the information you kind of gleamed from Locris and now yourself, you're positive that it's an egg. It is definitely the unborn offspring of something, and you're not sure of what, but you can assume it is at very least it is probably an aquatic creature, possibly amphibious. Unlikely that it is a plant type of organism if it's laying eggs. So you can rule off the plant life, but you're probably looking at a aquatic or amphibious creature of some kind, and judging by the basketball size egg, it's probably very, very large.
all right. So what if?
What if y- y'all go, since I have the best range, I can blunt a few arrows and you can try to make it across. And if I see you go stiff, I can smack you in the back of the head with an arrow.
That's not a bad idea. Well, I'll volunteer to go across. At least try.
Okay, so you gonna like cannonball, and are you gonna like swan dive in? You gonna like casually like ease yourself into the water? And what kind of armor are you wearing? Does your armor give you any like disadvantage on swim checks, particularly? So like I think full plate kind of fucks you, but I don't think you've got full plate at the moment.
No, I have half plate, I believe. Yeah, I have half plate armor, and the only thing is it gives me disadvantage on stealth.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me an athletics check to see how much of your movement you can actually take, and how do you enter the water?
Um, so is anyone gonna come with me, or am I going solo on this?
Uh, Blade is going to go ahead and give Gladiator some inspiration going in. Just say, Gladiator,
Good luck, bud.
Tie a rope around you, and then if you freeze up or something, we might be able to yank your ass back.
Well, if we're going that route, I'm not going to let him go alone, and I'll tie a rope around my waist, and I'll pass the other end of the rope to Locris.
I also have rope, so I would do the same. Pass it to a Blade, since Logus is going to be ready with his blunted arrows, just in case, or just arrows in general, in case something comes up. So you said athletics check first?
Yeah. I mean, technically, it's like half movement to get through this kind of, to swim, since you don't have a swim speed. But if you roll decent on an athletics check, I'll give you a few more feet of movement here or there.
I rolled two 11s, so it's a 17.
I mean, that's pretty decent. So, how do you, what do you do? Swan dive? Do you like gently ease in, cannonball maybe, or how do you guys enter the water?
Um, I'm gonna ease in because we know either way we're gonna get hit with the beam, but we don't know if there's something else. So I feel like if we swan dive, we have a higher chance of attracting something bigger. So I'm just gonna ease in, and I'm actually gonna swim. I don't know if this is gonna work. It probably won't because it's magic. But I'm gonna hold my shield up in front of me to try and block the beam of light from actually hitting me, and just swim with the shield in front of me. Maybe Renwick, you can swim directly behind me, just in case it does work.
Yeah, Renwick's going to specifically avert his gaze from the egg after seeing everybody get charmed by it. But he's going to ease into the water and basically, I guess, just follow Gladier.
Okay, you give me an athletics check as well.
Fuck, that's with disadvantage too, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, you tired, bro?
Yeah, I'm tired. Maybe I should just go for it. Maybe I should just try to fucking jump as far as I can. No, I'll ease in. You said athletics. Fucking 21. Natty 19. Oh wait, disadvantage. Fuck
I
me.
was like, damn.
But 18. So 30 20.
All right then. Okay, so you Gladier is kind of taking a deep stroke as he enters the water, and you manage to keep pace real good right behind him. And as the slow ripple of you guys entering the water kind of ripples across this pristine pond and makes it to the other side. Once again, the protective aura kind of sucks up and shines a light on you, Gladier. But I believe Renwick has an ability where he's allowed to hide behind a medium creature. So
Yes, I do.
Renwick, you're not affected by this gaze. Give me a perception check, Renwick, and give me a charisma saving throw, Gladier.
Dang, I thought the shield might work, but it's fair. Charisma saving.
Deny the perception check. It's a trap.
Not bad. That's a 16 charisma saving throw.
16 for perception. Oh wait, shit. Perception's disadvantage too, isn't it? Son of a bitch. 16 or an 8.
So, Glazier, you kind of make a weird connection with this thing, and you get like the sense of an infantile creature of some kind. You get like you feel a very childlike vibe coming off of this thing as it kind of connects with your mind briefly. You swear you can feel like the flicker and twitch of a small entity, maybe a fish or a lizard or something inside the egg. But it does not charm you as you know the kind of effect fades. The egg goes back to having an aura around itself. Renwick has managed to tag along right behind you. Glacier, I'm going to need you to give me a perception check with disadvantage, and I need the whole party, aside from Renwick, who's already kind of made a perception check. Everybody else, give me a perception check as well.
Okay, and just for clarification, I'm assuming Renwick's probably doing the same, but I'm doing like full action, full movement, dash across.
Correct, I assume.
I'm not using my full movement because I think I'm a lot faster than you with my ability to like double dash. But I'm definitely staying like right on your heels because now that I've realized that beam can't see me behind you, I'm gonna exploit that as much as I can.
I rolled a natural 20 and then a 12. Stupid disadvantage. So that's a 13 for later.
Okay, what'd the rest of the party get on some perception checks?
6 for
I'm too
Blake.
busy taunting the crowd. I don't see shit.
I only got a 12.
Okay, so you guys make it roughly. I mean, you're only looking at about 10, maybe 12 feet away from this platform, swimming in the water, and as far as you can tell, there's nothing. No, the light doesn't come back on. It doesn't flicker or anything. It continues to remain around the orb, and as you guys are kind of pretty wary, the orb is generating kind of a bright light. You can see 20, 30 feet down before it goes into complete darkness. But as far as you can tell, nothing is around. You guys eventually do make it to the other side, and are now standing on this slime-covered platform with this egg emitting this aura, and you guys can. I'll say for now you're still in the water. Actually, you haven't quite got onto the platform. The aura this egg emits covers most of the platform. You would have to enter the aura, or in order to stand on this platform. But you could potentially like hug an edge, and get close. But if you will have to enter this thing's aura if you get on this platform. So that's kind of where you guys are at now. You guys are just kind of treading water right on the outskirts of this stone platform.
Can I just do a quick check since I did notice that it was divine magic now that I'm closer to see if I can maybe determine what its purpose, or not purpose, but like, I don't know, I guess like what sort of magic it's emitting, like what its, yeah, I guess sort of what its purpose is, like what the goal is of having this here.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Insight, not great. Oh, check. I'm still
Poor
exhausted.
Sean's just like, I'm not giving you shit. Just jump in the water so my monster can eat everybody.
I'm not insightful today. It's a 6.
It's like a pool of healing. You guys are just so traumatized. You're like, I don't want to get in. Yeah, it's not a pool feeling, but okay. With the 6, you definitely can tell it's divine energy. You know, I'll give you the basics, but that's all you get with a 6. It's definitely divine energy. It's definitely originating from the egg itself. But you are unsure. Doesn't have like a pleasant aura as you approach. You do have some sort of divine sense as far as evil is concerned, and you for sure are getting mixed signals from this thing. Like you're getting like a nurturing, maternal, loving bond, but you for sure get a strong stank of evil is wafting off of this. Like it's kind of like yin yanging back and forth between positive and negative energy.
Okay. Just real quick before we get up onto this platform, can I? Fuck it, I might as well use it. I'm just gonna use my. I can use Divine Sense as an action. Um, I can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. That is now behind total cover. Is this egg celestial fiend or undead?
It is not.
Okay. Alright. Thought I might try and get use out of that before I die.
Well
Well,
played, sir.
just turn to Renwick. Well, I guess we swam over here. We might as well try and figure this out. And I'm gonna try and kind of hover an edge if I can possibly stay out of the aura. But if it's like not possible, just get up on the platform.
Renwick will stay right behind him, using him as a bit of a meat shield,
Yeah.
and try to stick with him in case something weird happens.
If you guys are staying on the very like outer edges of the platform, like it puts you a good. You're a solid, well, I'd say 5 feet, but it's a little more than that. It's like 7 feet. So you've got a couple of feet on the on like the left and right of this platform that are not in this orb, but it is it's a tight squeeze. Like you can potentially get up there and stand on the platform and not be in the aura, but you are actively standing in kind of like a readied position almost, because you only have 2.5 feet of a 5 foot square to stand. A little easier for Renwick, but Gladiator, it's a tight squeeze for you, but you guys are able to get on the platform without getting into the actual aura. But you're pretty much limited to the very very edges of the platform.
I step forward and kind of peek in the water and maybe look across, see if I see anything moving or anything happening with the egg as they step in.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
$26 total.
Logus, you notice that a large portion of the water in this pool is significantly darker than the rest. There is very, it's almost like you could see pretty decently far down there, but there's a large shadowy portion of this pool that looks to be rising and pretty quickly.
Shit, guys. Logus is gonna be like, oh shit, there's something coming up, and he's gonna yell across. Renwick, Gladiator, there's something coming. The water, it's fucking massive. Can I
Well,
tell
we've already
how
made
big
it
it is?
across. So you better hurry.
I know. Can you imagine? It just eats our platform and
There's still a rope connecting like through the water, our
Yeah, I
bodies.
mean, I had at least 50 feet of rope, so technically, yeah, we are
You do have
connected.
the rope on you, and it is like taut. Like whoever's holding the rope is standing at the edge of the other platform.
Is there anything that I could maybe like? Can I like? Are we? Is there any way that I could jam a dagger down into the ground and tie the rope off to that?
You could certainly try.
All right, that's fair. Tell me what I'm rolling with disadvantage.
Give me a strength check as you try to wedge your dagger into the ground.
That is awesome because I have a +0.
Also take off.
16 and fucking natural 20, but still 16.
So, is this dagger using a magical dagger?
You know, I have 2 masterworks and a regular, so I'll use the regular dagger. It's not
Okay.
magical or
Well,
anything.
you put a good size, like not only scuff in the blade, but you kind of chip it a little bit as you try to slam it down, and you realize that the platform you're standing on is a solid dwarven make. It would take quite a feat to pierce this stone.
Yep, that's fair. It was worth a shot. Shit. I don't know if I want to be tied to something. Honestly, you know what? After he yells that out, Renwick's just gonna untie the knot around his waist and let him pull the rope in without him. I don't want to be tethered to anything.
Yeah, I'm Glader's also gonna untie the rope, but should I tie it to the pillar? Should I just step in the aura?
I mean, I've got your back, but I can't promise that I'll be super helpful.
Logos is going to turn the Logos and Blade. And should we try to make it across, or are we standing on 2 different sides? This thing is coming. I think we need to decide now.
I don't know if we'd have time to make it across, but if we attack it from 2 sides, one of us might get lucky with the hits. We can't reach us all.
I
at
mean,
once.
as you guys are having this conversation, and Renwick and Gladier continue to kind of hoover around the outside of this aura, you do notice the shifting dark shape beneath the water kind of holds. Like it seemed almost as if the closer they got, the quicker it came to the surface. But them having stopped for a second, it too has stopped for a second.
How far down is it? Can I tell? And how fucking big is it?
Give me a perception check.
– 14 total.
It's kind of hard to tell with the darkness of the background of like the depths, but you would gauge it has come to like the edge of your vision. You can see probably 50 feet down, and 50 feet down you see a good swath of darkness. It's kind of hard to gauge how big it is from this distance, but you're looking at, if you had to ballpark it, something that's roughly 15 feet ish long.
I mean, we gotta get them across somehow. I mean,
I was going to tell you to hold on to the rope, and I'll get in and move my thing, and you can pull to help us across to kind of negate that just standing in the water for a turn.
I mean, we could pull everybody across one at a time. And as long as we don't technically go into the aura, maybe that thing just kind of keeps its distance. But honestly, it might be nice to have people on either side. I don't really know that there's a good way out of this, boys. One way or another, we're fighting whatever that thing is.
My fear is that if you have the egg and it can't attack your platform without attacking the egg, we're just stuck out in the open over here.
Well, I don't think we're going to get to the egg before we deal with whatever it is that's down in the water.
Well, I think obviously this thing is protective of the egg. I doubt it would risk attacking you and hurting or breaking whatever's in the egg. That's just how I view it.
Well, that's if we can get past whatever aura this thing is giving off. I mean, it's clearly protected, so I'm worried about when we step into the aura, like, what's that going to do to us? Why don't we
I
try to
think
get
there's a
one more person across? Because if that thing kept getting closer as we got closer, if we pull one person across, maybe it finally gets into view and we can deal with it before we step into this aura. Something tells me this aura is probably going to hurt us. I mean, given that the orb in the one of the last rooms damn near melted everybody.
Does this orb look like the same orbs that were in the other rooms?
No.
Okay.
This one is definitely more, the other orbs were like, how you'd picture like a gypsy crystal ball to be with a little arcane energy bouncing around them. Upon further inspection, this is clearly like it almost looks like a scaled egg of some kind.
I've just been hurt before, and I'm not ready to trust again.
I mean, we really don't have a thing to do unless you can find out what's up with that area. We move across too, but we could be moving into another trap for all we know.
Do I see any exits or any sort of, I don't know, like on the walls, like any sort of like creases where there could possibly be like a secret door, like some sort of way out from this side?
Go ahead and give me say a perception check if you kind of want to look around. But if you want to like enter the aura and look around, I'll let you do an investigation check.
I don't think I want to enter the order from another +1. Yeah, I'm just gonna do perception.
Okay, great.
12.
With that, you just kind of know what you already know about the room. You don't really discern anything particular other than, by changing the side of the room you're on, you kind of changed what windows could view you from above. So now you have a previously unseen crowd of calling you obscenities and using obscene hand gestures in your general direction.
All right. In that case, Glader's just gonna turn back to Renwick, give him a wink, and just take a step into the aura, just one step.
Renwick will be on his toes, so like as he steps into the aura, I will step into the space that he was in, still behind him.
Okay, so as you enter this little aura, a warm, fuzzy feeling begins to come over you, Gladier. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
If I had to be a saving throw, at least it's charisma. That's my best.
Everybody else give me perception checks.
Oh, that's not terrible. 13.
I cannot fucking make this up. I just rolled 2 20s in a row, so
Hey.
I guess 22 with disadvantage.
Sick. Okay, what did you say, Gladier? What was your roll?
13.
I think
Gladier, a warm and fuzzy feeling comes over you as you enter this aura. You're looking at this egg and it's pulsing with like a heartbeat, and it's warm and it's inviting, and it wants you to touch it. It wants to be held. It wants to know what you know. You can feel like a connection mentally with this something that's flittering about inside this egg. You suddenly feel very maternal, and a giant smile comes over your face, and your arms go lax as you begin to kind of walk towards this egg. Before Gladier gets too far, what did everybody have perception check wise?
I rolled a dirty 20.
And Renwick's dub 20. That was impressive. I guess you were just destined to see it, Renwick.
All right. In that case, Glader just gonna turn back to Renwick, give him a wink, and just take a step into the aura, just one step.
Renwick. Nice. All right. Damn.
I also have the blunt arrows, and if I since I rolled such a good perception, like once he goes slack, I'm letting that arrow go.
Okay, give me an attack roll on Gladier. In just a second, let me narrate this here. So, Renwick, you notice without a shadow of a doubt this weird darkening section of the pool. And as Gladier kind of goes lax and slowly takes a step forward, this dark form, this dark figure slowly becomes a little bit more massive, a little closer to the surface. As Gladier kind of begins to take another step slowly, so does this shadow rise. What was your attack roll, Logas?
Another dirty 20.
I believe that hits Gladier's armor class. Go ahead and we'll call it a single point of damage. Gladier, you catch a blunted arrow shaft to the side of the face as you were kind of like dazed and confused, and it you take a point of damage, and it kind of snaps you out of your daze. You're kind of like now just aware of your senses, but you are within the aura of this egg.
Alright. So I'm just like fine now? Appearances?
Yep, you are aware and capable, and you are just kind of on the platform with this egg, and it's warm. It's kind of like radiating heat.
Other than the little welt I have on my temple.
And I'll be across the platform with like a thumbs up towards Gladier. Also, that thing in the pool is rising, so it's coming.
I think we just gotta kill it.
Logos is good. Did you say kill the egg? I don't know if that's a good idea.
No, not the egg. Shoot.
Whatever laid the egg, but I guess. Shit, dude.
Moral
Man.
conundrums. Bum bum bum.
So many conundrums. Sean, goddamn you!
Can I just
My brain is on fire.
just because we don't know what the fuck to do, and I'm just I feel like every time I try something weird, it bites me in the ass, but I kind of want to try something weird. I'm gonna reach out and touch the egg, not like aggressively, just like calmly, like slowly take a step and just place my hand on it gently.
As you slowly take a step and slowly begin to like put your hand out, it is no longer even a secret that you feel a tremor in the water. It is definitely rippling, as if something large is coming your way, and it kind of reverberates into the stone. The closer you get to the egg, the more physical vibrations you feel around you. And with your hand hovering over the egg, everybody give me perception checks real quick.
Disadvantage. 2 4s. So
All
that's
right,
a
so
5.
I literally rolled a third 20 in a row, but with disadvantage, I rolled an 8.
Only a 5 for later. 2 4s. Oh,
17 total for Logos.
14 for Blade.
error and roll.
Oh, nice roll, Logas or Locris, you dirty bugger. So you guys are cross on the other side of the.
Disadvantage.
Oh, you better roll with disadvantage.
I'm working on it. It doesn't like it when I try and shortcut. There.
Oh, damn, you did the same thing Renwick did.
That's what you get for making me exhausted.
Same score and everything, dude. Literally, fucking 20 to an 8. God.
So the highest would be.
well, at
Mike.
least Logos picks it up. He kind of points it out. But Blade, you also noticed this. You guys catch that the shadow is definitely rising and becoming darker and darker, and like a bigger and bigger surface area is taken up as whatever this is slowly rises. But as Gladier comes within the orbs of aura and begins slowly walking towards this egg, breaking the water without a single sound, but moving quite quickly, terrifyingly so. A large and kind of mangled-looking pseudopod, a giant tentacle, slowly and silently comes up behind Gladier, over Renwick, who had just taken Gladier's spot before he had, moved into the aura. But it doesn't look to be like Gladier is unaware. But the closer Gladier gets to this egg, the closer this tentacle gets to Gladier.
What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, I did with a 5. I doubt I noticed that, and I said I was gonna go and touch it. So I mean,
Gladier, you touch
back.
the egg, and as you do, instead of a charisma saving throw, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
that's not as good as my charisma, though. Are you sure? That's still not bad. +3. Wait, do I have any? No, I don't have any saving throw modifiers.
You have inspiration, though, I think.
Yeah, you have inspiration.
Inspiration. I forgot about that. Thank you. Oh. And I'm gonna fucking use it. Because I rolled a 4, +3 is 7. I need a. Wait, what's your inspiration? 6?
+6.
+6?
Or, well, yeah, 6-sided die.
Oh, yeah, D6, sorry. I really hope I roll a 6, because I feel like that's. I don't even know if that's gonna save me.
It's
Man,
my lucky number.
might as well go for it. It's a 5, so did I say 7? 5, it's 12. 12 wisdom save.
Gladier, for a brief moment, you feel the warmth of this orb, and you hear whispers, but they're both close and far away. There's so many at once. It's hard to target anything that's being said. Everything just kind of is just like static, and it's just hard to understand. And go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as well.
Great. It's my worst saving throw. Should have saved that D6. Oh, it's a straight 10.
So, you are snatched up by this giant pseudopod. It grasps you, it rips you into the air off of your feet. You guys see the pseudopod holding, just emerged from the darkness of this water, and it is holding the Gladier, slowly wrapping him up. Gladier, you are bound and restrained for the time being. And with a rapid plunge into the water, it rips Gladier off of the platform and into the darkness of the water.
Yeah.
Man, when he said rips, I thought he was just like, with a rip, he rips Gladier in half.
This is somehow worse.
Logan's gonna be like, so, Renwick, go touch the egg now.
So everybody go ahead and roll some initiative up real quick.
Yeah, oh fuck, I don't even know how to handle this situation.
Did I say I took the rope off my waist? I meant to say I tied it tighter.
Um,
I'm sorry.
is
I can't understand.
God. No bueno.
oh fuck, and initiative's an ability check, so that's with disadvantage too.
Wonderful. I already rolled shit.
24, 18. So 18 for Renwick still with disadvantage.
4 would have been 11. But I
Yeah,
rolled
would have had a
this.
24, but meh.
So Will and Locris, who's got the better decks? If you guys both got 14.
I have +2.
I'm a +6.
So him.
Okay, good. Gladiator, what was yours again?
4. A whopping 4.
Okay, sweet. Top of the round. Logos. You see as Gladiator goes and touches this egg, he kind of has like a moment, like a slight pause. And this tentacle quickly snatches him up, wraps him up, and rips him down into the darkness of the water. And then everything kind of quickly goes back to being, pristine, unmoved water. But you can clearly see this dark figure still submerged. I'm going to take a quick pee break before we get into this, so give me just a minute.
I'm gonna do the same.
So what the like what the fuck are we supposed to do?
I think I'm
In all
supposed
honesty, I have no fucking clue.
Like I can't do anything to help you when he's underwater. The best bet would to be to try to swim across to the egg, and his wisdom's pretty high for me.
You know what? I know what I'll do. I'll use hold person on Gladiator and just let him go quietly.
So we would have wanted it.
I literally have no clue what to do. Like I can't shoot into the water with an arrow because it wouldn't do much.
Shit.
Hopefully that was because he forgot something. Like Gladiator's supposed to not be underwater.
Let's see how long I can hold my breath. It's something puts your constitution.
You have pretty high con though, don't you?
Okay, I'm back. Logos, you are
No,
first to
take your
act. What
time.
do you do? Say that again?
I said no, take your time. I need more time to think. So how far below the water did it go? Did it go down a bit, or is it just right on the surface there?
Give me a perception check.
27 total. I'm gonna waste all my good rolls on goddamn perception checks.
a massive fish-like monster, is just below the surface of the water. It's probably about 10 feet below the water, but it being 10 feet below the water, its massive fins are only inches below the surface. It is a massive fucking fish.
So is there any of it sticking above the water?
No.
No. I guess for this round, I'm gonna hold my attack action for when it comes up, so I don't lose my ambush.
Okay, yeah, you can like knock an arrow and prepare like to loose it. If do you want to shoot at a tentacle that comes up, or you waiting for the fish to like subsurface, or what's the plan?
Well, if Gladier, I guess if the tentacle that's holding Gladier comes up, so I can try to hurt it a little bit to drop him, I'll do that. But if I guess if any part of that fish comes up, but I'll prioritize Gladier. But if he doesn't come up, then if any part of that fish comes up, I'm gonna let it loose.
Okay, great. So moving on down, Renwick, you are on the outer edge of this kind of platform. You have yet to cross the aura's like circumference, I guess, or whatever. So you're just kind of hanging out on the outside of this, but you did just watch a giant, pseudopod, a giant tentacle, just reach over you out of the water, snatch up Gladier's big ass, and then rip him into the water swiftly.
Renwick pulls out Polaris, his rapier, and commits seppuku. And just longingly stares into the water as he watches Gladier sink to his death. But in all seriousness,
Sorry.
I mean, I did want a cinematic death, so I might as well take it into my own hands. Oh, fuck, an aboleth? God damn it. How do you... I don't know how to react to this thing. I think our only bet is to get to the egg, because like how deep below the surface is this aboleth? I think you might have said it, but I missed it.
So, like, the very tip of its, like, dorsal fin, is only a few inches, but the main body, like, the head, the body, where the pseudopods originate from, is probably 10 feet underwater, but, the very tip of the dorsal fin is only a few inches.
So in theory, I could take a shot at it.
I mean, yeah, it's close enough. It's within range of a crossbow. You could give her a whack.
God damn it. Sean, you're terrifying me. I guess I will. Yeah, I don't I don't know what else to do. I guess I'm just gonna take a shot. So I'll load my hand crossbow and fire a fucking bolt at this thing and see what happens.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. I'm gonna say, since you're going from above water to underwater with this bolt, you better pull it off. I'm gonna say it's got at least like partial cover due to the transition.
Well, I rolled a 14 for a 21.
Well, that'll do anyway.
Sorry.
So D6 plus 5. 9 points of damage.
You launch a bolt into the water, and it seems to stick into this aboleth. It's is still kind of trying to maintain a bit of. I mean, it's not in direct sight, so you know you sunk the bolt, but as far as to assess the damage other than it's stuck, it's kind of difficult.
Fair. And then I'm gonna bonus action, slap another bolt in, and take another shot at this thing. That's a 1, but I can re-roll ones. Thank
Okay,
you,
wait.
halfling.
Time out on your bonus action, but we'll let you re-roll that one if it comes down to that.
Okay.
As a reaction, when your bolt hits the water, you notice that beam of the light gazes and watches your bolt enter the water and into the aboleth, and then snaps its gaze upon you. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that's fair. Son of a bitch. Now wait, did it pierce the water if the dorsal fin was above the water?
I mean, no. What? No, your bolt pierced the water. Um,
Well, the bolt pierced the aboleth, but I don't know. I'm just trying to take anything that I can get here.
I mean,
Um,
you miss
but that's
all
an
the
18
questions you
on the
don't
charisma
ask.
save.
You miss all the shots you don't take. What was it? 18?
Yeah, 18 total.
That second shot. The charisma saving throw is enough to kind of shake off, and you too, for a moment, get a sense of. Maternity and things, you kind of feel like a weird connection to like an infant, very infantile essence, a very infantile state of mind. And as the bolt, it kind of looked at the bolt stuck in the aboleth and then back to you. You also get like a weird shudder, a weird sense of fear and worry.
So I guess when he lands the first bolt and that happens, he's not going to take that extra shot. He's going to. Oh, God damn it. He's going to use his movement and his bonus action to just dash for the egg and see if he can just get to this thing. Now that I'm the only one on the other side.
Easily done with, you've kind of shook off the effects of the the beam and the aura for now. So it's only a 5-foot step for you to get to the egg with your movement. So you've taken like a half attack and 5 feet of movement to get to this egg. What do you want to do to this pedestal and egg situation?
I guess I want to try to remove the egg from the pedestal, but not damage it. Like I want to try to, I guess, gently remove the egg.
As you touch the egg, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Well, this will be totally fine because it's a +0. For a 6. God damn it. I rolled so high all the way across this room.
So, Logos, you notice the closer Renwick gets to this egg that another tentacle from another part of this large mass seems to slowly but quickly and silently make his way over to him and go to snatch him up as he goes to touch the egg. Go ahead and make an attack roll on this tentacle.
Alright, let me use my sharpshooter feat to take a -5 for a +10.
Renwick, give me a dex save also.
Nah. Oh shit, what is that? I rolled a D8. I was like, what the fuck? Let me get my D from. That is a +5. 17 to hit.
I rolled a 2 for a 7.
And what did you roll to hit, Loga? Sorry.
I rolled a 12 plus 5 for a total of 17.
Looks like you came close, but the transition from air to water threw off your shot by just a smidge. You were super close.
Oh, that sucks. Well, wait, let me see something.
Renwick, that tentacle wraps you up. You take a total of 12 points of bludgeoning damage, and just like a gladiator, you are ripped off the top of the platform, plunged into the cold water and into the darkness.
Before it goes down, I had one more attack.
Okay, yeah, for sure. As it's kind of grappling up with Renwick and about to rip him into the water quickly and violently. Go ahead and give me that attack.
That's better. It's a 19 total.
And that will hit.
Okay, so I did the sharpshooter thing.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, 7 on the die. I'm gonna make it my favorite foe. When you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can mark your target as a favorite enemy and do an extra 1d4 damage.
Okay, sweet. Yeah.
7 plus 6, so that's 13 plus 3. What did I say? 13 plus 3, 16 plus 10 for 26 points of damage.
Damn, very nice. Okay, so Logus unleashes a couple of well-placed arrows, landing them keenly in a couple of suckers on this big old pseudopod. And we're going to roll on down to Blade. You are up. You have just witnessed both Renwick and Gladier get ripped off of this other platform across the room into the water and plunged into the darkness. And it looks like the giant shadow that these pseudopods seem to have came from, this giant fish-like creature, doesn't look to be paying any of you any mind at this particular point in time.
Okay.
In fact, the three of you guys give me perception check, or at least you, Blade. It's your turn, so give me a perception check at the beginning of your turn before you go.
Woof, 9.
Okay. Forget what I said about a perception check for you. What do you want to do this turn?
Okay. I guess how big is this egg?
It's like basketball size.
But something I could hold in my hand.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and cast Prestidigitation, and I'm going to see, basically use, if you can create a non-magical trinket or illusionary image that can fit in your hand that lasts until the end of your... Oh, is it only until the end of my turn? That might ruin it. My next turn. Okay. So I basically want to replicate the egg into my hand to see if I can gain the attention of it to perhaps like resurface and maybe bring one of the two along with it.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. So you could definitely create the illusory effect. Go ahead and give me We'll call that a deception check.
Ooh, okay. Deception. Key dice. Dirty 20.
Briefly, as this shadow kind of shifts around, you're unsure if you caught its attention or not until briefly, oh so briefly, it looks to be what is like an eye stalk. Like a cylindrical shaped muscle with an eyeball at the end kind of breaks the water and gazes your way. And as it plunges into the water, a large tentacle erupts out of it right in front of you and comes to try to snatch you up. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dex saving throw. Sweet Jesus. 6. Or 22.
You swiftly dodge out of this whip-like tentacle that comes out of the water, and as swiftly as it came at you, it retreats to the water and leaves you be. But you narrowly escaped its a whip-like crack of its mighty fucking appendage.
Perfect. And I guess I'm going to. Can I actually like see down into the water from where I am? Can I see Renwick and Gladiator?
Give me a perception check.
21.
You know from from what you can see of the anatomy of this creature that a lot of its tentacles seem to come from its underside, and that if they are grappled there, there's you'd have to be able to X-ray vision through the creature itself to see them, but you can assume that they are on the other side of this massive beast.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess I'm going to, in hopes that it saw the egg or fake egg that I had, kind of move out of its line of sight so it can't see me anymore. Can maybe just move back on the platform I'm on. And maybe like, I don't know, however much I need to go, but maybe like 10 feet or so. And before my turn ends, I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Locris.
And that's a D6, right?
That is a D6.
Okay, great. Moving on down. Locris, you are up next. You have just witnessed Gladiator and Renwick both be ripped off this platform and plunged into this dark, cold water, and another tentacle slash out at Blade for attempting to hold this like egg-like prestidigitation spell. Look like it briefly fooled this creature.
All right. Well, shit, I'm already out of ideas. I'm going to gently lower myself into the water and try and swim to the other side.
As you enter the water, the eye kind of snaps upon you. Give me a charisma saving throw.
22.
You briefly feel a weird kind of connection with this infantile, entity of some kind, and you get a sense that it is very scared and worried, and you can't help. You shake it off. It doesn't seem to affect you, but for briefly. But it tried. So you could probably get, I don't know, you could get like 3/4 of the way to the platform if you're gonna swim.
Yeah, because I'll use my bonus action to get as close as I can to the other end.
Okay, yeah, you are most of the way to the platform, but not quite there yet in the water.
All right.
Okay, moving on down. Gladier, you find yourself surrounded by water and tentacles, very thick suction cups, like leech like to your skin, painfully so, like biting into you in the places that your armor does not protect you. You're completely enveloped in this large tentacle. Your knees are locked together. Your arms are pinned by your side. You cannot seem to move, let alone scream or wield a weapon. And as these tentacles kind of pulse with a sick, wet, warm feeling and their own like heartbeat, it seems. You just can't shake this weird feeling in your own mind. And go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Fuck. 12.
Gladiator, you hear whispers, loud whispers, close, far, some distant, some in draconic, some in common. You just can't fucking separate them all. You don't understand what is going on, and it's just confusing, and you are struggling to make sense of any of it. But you fail to. Unfortunately, you take 6 points of psychic damage, and that is gonna end your turn.
Fuck.
Logos, you up top. You were going back to the top of the round, so it's you. You see not only that Locris enters the water and started swimming towards the egg, but until that point, it looked like the aboleth was actually descending. Once Locris got in the water and started traveling towards the egg, it looked like the aboleth had suddenly regained interest in the surface and began to surface again. So it is fairly close to you, fairly near, and it, strangely enough, doesn't seem to be acting aggressive towards Locris, but it is watching him swim across this chasm very, very closely.
You said that we had a connection with the egg. Can I try to like talk to it?
Give me an insight check.
Who's bringing out the pink dice for this one? Lucky dice. Oh, okay. 14 plus 6, dirty 20.
So, from what you've gathered in your own experience, it seems like a connection needs to be made. So, you would need to maybe draw its ire if you want to talk to the egg. Like maybe potentially by touching it to communicate with it. Like mentally, it seems like it's a mental projection type of. It's not actually speaking a language as much as it's conveying like feelings and emotions. So maybe if you could, draw its beam upon you or go touch it, you would be able to communicate with it.
All right, well then I'm gonna get into the water and start moving across.
Okay, you make it most of the way across, just kind of like Locris, but as you enter the water, the aura around the orb once again ceases to be, and becomes a piercing beam and strikes you. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Could I use my full like action and everything to move across? I think I'll be able to move a total of 35 feet to try to get to the platform.
Okay, yeah. Provided you make this charisma saving throw, but it is against a charm effect, and you are an elf, so you get to make it with advantage.
Oh, thank God, that's a 19 on the first one, and just for shits and giggles, it's a 2 on the second one. I'll take that 19.
Yeah, you kind of shake it off out of this charm effect that kind of comes at you, and you briefly feel a connection, like a maternal moment almost, a very infantile essence, a very infantile being that is just kind of worried and scared at the moment, but kind of seeking, kind of what you said before, you're seeking a way to connect with it. You do briefly get a moment where you and this thing are connected. Is there anything you want to like convey or communicate to this? You got like a couple sentences maybe.
I want to first of all, I want to convey calmness and peace, and I want to say, we don't mean you harm, little one. We're trapped here just like you. We are here to help.
Okay. You sense that it has heard you, but you're unsure as if what that may lead to in the future. You're unsure as where that's going to go.
So we'll say that I'm up against the platform right now, but still in the water, but not in the aura yet.
With the 35, so if I half your movement and you like double dash use your movement, how much movement do you actually have? We'll say you were at the edge of the platform, so you could start in the water, but you have to move about 45 feet to get to the other platform.
Okay, so I have 35 feet total. Double dash would be 70. Half would be about regular movement, 35.
Okay, so you're a good solid 10 feet out as you start this swim. You're still a few feet away from this platform that holds the egg.
All right, sounds good. And so Locris is in the water with me. Blade is still on the platform. And Renwick and Gladier are underwater. And as my turn ends, I'm gonna yell out to Blade, have a bolt ready or something to hit us in case we go under. I know it's a little late to tell you that since I'm already in the water, but keep an eye out.
Oh, goddamn, that gif had me going. You guys are funny. Okay, so moving on down from Logos. Renwick. You are surrounded by darkness, bubbles, and water. This giant tentacles pseudopod is wrapped around you. Suction cups sticking to your flesh, cutting into you, and they're quite painful. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw as this thing coils tightly around you.
Why don't you give me a wisdom saving throw, sir? No, I have nothing. That's an 11.
I swear to God, if I roll on Avery to do damage to you guys, she fucking kills it for me most of the time.
Yes.
So 6 points of psychic damage, as you feel something kind of probing your mind, trying to enter your mind, Renwick. You feel like you can hear the dissonant whispers of this and that, and sometimes they're close, and sometimes they're far, and sometimes they're in halfling, sometimes they're in common. it is difficult to discern. And as you try to focus on this or that and make any sense of it whatsoever, it just damages you outright. 6 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, you just see him struggle under the water, and if you're on the surface, you might see like just bubbles coming up. If she's just like fucking panicking. Is there anything I can do? Can I try to make like an escape check of sorts?
Not at this moment, unfortunately. That's going to have to end your turn.
All right, fair enough.
Blade, you are up. You are solo on this large platform as a couple of your friends have attempted to swim across while you watched a couple others get violently ripped underneath this dark water with some large tentacles.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna try something, but I really don't think it's gonna work. I guess I am going to kind of walk back forward to where I can see this. I mean, I guess how far underwater is this guy?
It tries to remain submerged in total, but it is such a massive creature that, like I said before, even though its dorsal fin is only a few inches under the water, the main mass of its body is about 10 feet under the water.
Okay. I let's see if this works. I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on this creature. But it won't affect the creature if its intelligence is of 4 or less.
It's definitely way above 4. You're good to go.
Okay, so I need I would need, basically it says the language is a creature of your choice that you see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into laughter if the spell affects it. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or fall prone.
Okay, read that to me one more time. What's the language of that?
Yep, it says a creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter if this spell affects it. And they must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or fall prone. However, that would be, I guess, in the water.
So if the swimming creature falls prone in the water, does it just float to the surface?
I'm hoping it just release its grip, like on you guys. Yeah. And the end.
So you need a wisdom saving throw from me, correct?
Yes.
That's not
A 15.
That's not its best stat. 14. Does a 14 pass?
A 14 does not pass.
No shit. You have a 15, don't you?
15. So it says, so it falls prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up or move for the duration. Yeah. And at the end of each of its turns, each time it takes damage, the target must make another wisdom saving throw with advantage if it's triggered by damage.
Okay, so it's actually, as like this swimming creature, it's immune to being knocked prone. So it's not going to be knocked prone. But do you need to roll some damage for that failed save? Or is that at the beginning of its turn?
Nope, there's no damage to it. It just, I guess, I'm hoping, well, I guess there is no prone, but that it might attempt to kind of release its grasp on maybe one or two of the members.
Would it still be incapacitated, just not prone because there's no prone underwater? But because it says prone and incapacitated.
Yeah.
That is a good call. double check
Especially
some
with
stuff
feature
real quick.
reaction. So it's prone, incapacitated, and its movement is 0 is the wording of the spell.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it up to the dice. We'll say, yeah, for the moment it seems to have ceased moving in any direction. You definitely feel like you connected with your arcane energy. However, this being kind of a foreign beast to you, you're not exactly 100% sure as how this will affect this particular creature, but you can be assured, you struck a chord with a witty one-liner for sure.
Okay. And I guess for now, I probably still can't see them. They're probably still underneath, like kind of
Correct.
conceal my body.
They are still underneath him.
Okay. So I guess for now that'll be it from me.
Okay, moving on down to Locris. Locris, you are 3/4 of the way to this island, where the egg is emitting this aura. What do you do from here? You could easily swim the 10 feet or so and get yourself up on this platform. So what do you do from this point?
I swim out of the water up onto the platform, and then I'm going to cast Prestidigitation to emit a very soft, gentle melody.
Okay. Give me a wisdom saving throw with advantage. Sorry, charisma saving throw with advantage. My bad.
Well, that's even better. 16.
I'm good.
This once again the orb goes into a beam and kind of looks at you, gives you eyes you up and down, and you shake it off. You're kind of ready for it this time, but you definitely briefly have a connection. You definitely briefly have a moment where you feel like almost like you could communicate. Maybe you could convey a message to this entity within this egg, this very infantile, childlike entity, but maybe only a few sentences. So, what do you say?
All right. Like Logus, just sense of calm, and just be like, I'm trying to find my mom. However, these bad guys out here tricked me into here. Do you think you could help me get to my mom?
Oh, damn. You feel like a sense of concern and a sense of worry, and forced into your mind with a flash is the image of a bolt sticking out of a scale that is slightly bleeding inside, what you can presume to be the aboleth. It returns your sentiment for, worry for your maternal piece or partner, but yeah, it too conveys worry about its mother father figure.
I'm going to guess that eats up my whole turn, just that interaction.
I'll say you got a bonus action left if you can do something fancy with it.
Uh, can I see the obelisk? Well, it doesn't matter.
The fact that you're on the platform, the second you actually stand upon it, another small, a large tentacle, but it's just barely broke the water. But it looks to be approaching you at whatever rate you seem to be approaching the egg. So it is just kind of hovering off in the distance, but for every inch towards the egg you move, it moves towards you.
Well, I guess I would just try and convey that we don't want to fight. Just they got grabbed, and we're scared.
Okay, all right, good deal. Moving on, we're gonna move on down. Gladier, once again, still submerged in the cold, dark water, with this tentacle wrapped around your body. The suction cups sucking so tight they are biting at your flesh. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Two weeks in a row, I've been stressed as fuck. Okay, that's not bad. 15? Maybe?
As you, it's not pleasant, and you feel this weird, like it's almost like the mucus that is around this tentacle seems to just kind of, it's like emanating from it. It coats you in this god awful mucus, kind of similar to what you had seen on the ground before, when you had first entered the room. It is kind of uncomfortable and it is unpleasant. You do take 4 points of psychic damage. But suddenly, all the whispers you're hearing, the dissonant whispers, they're close, they're far, they're in languages you know, languages you don't. It all kind of just smacks together into one coherent thought, one coherent voice. And you hear echoing in your mind, finally, something worth talking to. What is your purpose here? In my lair, child of dust. And you feel like it has just opened a line of communication telepathically to you, but it is taxing, at least to you. It is painful to communicate with this creature.
Okay. Shit. So I'm gonna communicate back. Shit. Please, we mean you no harm. We're just trying to escape. We got tricked coming down here. They're trying to kill us by sending us through this trial. They killed my family, they killed my mother, my sister, my father. We're just trying to get out of here alive. Please, we don't want to hurt you.
You kind of feel it roll you over in its tentacles, and underneath the water it pulls you close to one of its large, bulbous eyes. One of these things' eyes is easily twice the size of the egg you saw previous. And as it stares at you, kind of gawking for a moment, it kind of gurgles back into your mind. These are always the plight of the children of dust. What makes you so special? Why should someone as great and powerful and ancient as me spare you, child?
Mm. Because I can try and help free you. I'm trying to dethrone the evil queen who has kept you captured here for, I'm assuming, a very long time. If you let me free, let me and my friends go, I promise I will dethrone her and come back here and set you and your child free. So you won't be stuck in this small cavern. You can have an entire ocean to make your terrain.
It conveys as much as it can convey a burst of laughter. You feel, you have genuinely tickled its senses as it kind of laughs at you. And it kind of gurgles back, You are so much, child of dust. But help me escape this place. You will. You shall see, and I will show you. And you feel it grip tighten as you once again it throttles you a bit back and forth, almost excitedly through the water. Gladir, you take another 6 points of psychic damage. As this thing, are you conscious?
Yes.
Okay. As this thing, communicating with this thing is painful, and it forces images into your mind quickly, and they're difficult to understand. But from what you gauge, you do get a sense that this creature is willing to help you. But all these images that it floods your mind with are like, it's like a grainy view of the great past. Like you see, Dragonborn you're not familiar with wearing, styles of armor that would be considered, maybe ancient today. That was armor that was in style hundreds of years ago, potentially, maybe even longer. And you get a weird sense that, like, this thing has somehow, some way made an agreement with some sort of, leadership in the past. It sends you a lot of images of the Red Dragonborn and Dwarven clans, crafting much together and being quite wealthy and successful. And it's a lot of confusing images that come all at once, but you do feel this creature slowly let go of you and push you towards the surface. And along with that, it also pushes the Renwick up from the surface, and it too itself actually breaks water. It comes over to the platform where its egg is on, and beaches itself as much as it can. And you notice the aura around the egg dissipates, and the beam goes straight, like, to where, like, the third eye of this creature would potentially be. Even though it has multiple eyes, like kind of three eyes in a row, it hits, like, the center eye. And with a gurgle and a slight chuckle, you guys get a sense that it desires to help you. And even you on the other side of the room, Blade, you are snatched up by a pseudopod and quickly rushed across the room. And this thing gently and gingerly picks up its own egg and places it firmly into its maw. And the doing so slowly submerges this pedestal into the stone, and the pedestal continues to submerge even after it gets level with the ground, and continues to submerge and continues to submerge, and eventually you once again are looking at a stone tube, a tunnel, a slide, if you will, similar to the fire tube you have gone down before, and it ventures down into the darkness. The entire party is now ushered to this side of the room as the aboleth takes its egg in its maw and slowly and silently, with a loud of slimy tentacles, makes its way back into the water. And only seconds after it is submerged, the water is once again, a sheen, unmoving sheet of glass.
So Glader is going to, first things first, take his last health potion out of his pack, drop to his ass, borderline hyperventilating, and just pop that potion immediately.
Okay, yeah, go
Before
ahead.
it,
You
before
can take
it goes
Max.
down, would it be possible? I know you said it already went down, but I wanted to try to take the arrow out of it and kind of apologize that I shot at it.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Holy
That's
fuck.
18 total.
You were able to gauge that by after it kind of beached itself, made its presence known the first time it broke water and collected its egg ever so slightly. You're able to gauge by the just sheer size and girth of this creature that your attacks probably actually didn't hurt it that bad.
So I want to look up at the crowd and just see how they're reacting to seeing this thing help us.
Complete and utter silence. Every member of the crowd that you can see is silent and has the same dumbass, confounded, jaw-dropped look on their face. Nobody has ever
Look,
seen this before, and you get a good sense of that.
I like to think like us in the Aboleth, like we had some tea and shit and broke some bread and talked for a little bit.
And you would know that they were betting on whether or not you died. And so if you managed to escape, or they weren't betting on whether or not you died, but rather how long it takes you to die. So if you guys in fact do not die, everyone loses.
So Logus, he's gonna walk up to Gladier. Let's not forget you're still an enemy of the state. I know you're tired, but we really should be moving before they have an opportunity to swarm on us.
Yeah, no, you're right. I kind of made a promise to that thing that we'd come back and save it. So, I guess we just add that to the list. But we can worry about that later. I think all the exit is down. You guys ready to try?
Is this where you get your level in Warlock?
As you guys are kind of talking, around this hole that has been made, you realize the weird slime that you guys have come in contact with is kind of very sticky, but it suddenly becomes there's change viscosity, if that's even a thing. You do notice that it's just it is becoming increasingly unpleasant to stay in this room, and you guys all actually slowly begin choking. You feel like there's not enough air. You're losing your the ability to breathe is becoming increasingly more difficult.
No,
Down the street.
that's our sign for us to go. Down the hole we go.
Down. Glader just rolls backwards and slides on down.
All right, Glader's down the hole. Locust is down the hole. I assume all you guys are jumping down the hole.
Oh yeah, I feel like the
Okay.
tentacle sets Renwick on the ground after basically trying to drown him, and he's just like, "What the fuck just happened?" And then he sees everybody head for the tunnel, and he just starts booking it and dives in.
All right. Lucas, that was a positive dive for the tunnel then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you guys once again find yourselves barreling down this tunnel. And it's very much like a tube-like slide. Excuse me. You guys eventually, after shooting through this shaft in the darkness, you guys all once again pile upon each other, gasping for breath, unable to breathe, any of you. You look around to your fellow comrades and realize that you are all still very much covered in this weird slime that the aboleth emits and kind of projected around the room as it was splashing here and there, especially if you entered the water or were grabbed by it. And you guys just find that there is just not enough air in the room. And then with a booming bright light erupts from somewhere off in your vision. And the air is clear and you can breathe deeply for the first time in a few moments. And as you guys kind of become aware of and gain your wits about you, you hear a slow clap from the opposing side of the room. And as you look, a gold dragonborn, standing strong and in a full suit of full plate armor, gazes at you, and he looks on and says, well, I'm very glad to see that you have all made it indeed. Gladier, it has been far too long. And Gladier, as this clunky golden dragonborn stomps his way in this fine armor across this room, you realize it to be someone you recognize, someone from your past. Valinor, your childhood friend. Technically, you guys are sort of related. Like, your dads are cousins, so you're like second cousins almost. A childhood family friend. But just gauging the garb that he's wearing, he is clearly a member of the Holy Things. And he lifts you to your feet, Gladier, and looks at you and, I cannot believe this. I did not know it was you when I threw the dagger, but I had hopes that you were an ally. You sure picked the hardest way to find me, no? I recognized this, and he flicks your belt, Gladier, and you realize as you're standing toe-to-toe with your childhood friend, he is also wearing a girdle of scales. He too has the ability to shift into different dragonborn form. He looks to the rest of the party and he helps you to your feet. He's, I am so rude. Let me introduce you. I am Valinor, a long time a family member and friend of this guy here. And he points to Gladier and then once again embraces him. Clearly excited to see you. You guys find that you have crash landed into a room. There is low light, candles everywhere on the walls. It looks to be maybe like a ceremonial room or maybe even like a mausoleum type. There's a lot of statues of different individuals placed keenly around the room. Could potentially be standing over like a sarcophagi. There is an altar in this room, and a large stone hole from the wall where you just kind of fell out of this stone slide into this room. It's adorned with a few pillows here and there, and you can definitely smell the scent of incense. And Valinor stands in stunned silence, just kind of embracing you, Gladier.
Gladier would just be kind of stunned in silence, kind of not really, especially with his multiple brushes with death the past hour, be a little out of it. So he's just kind of standing there, I guess, while Valinor embraces him and it speaks. And then I guess his brain finally catches up. And he just looks at Valinor. I thought you were dead.
And I thought the same about you. This is crazy, but good fortune. I was just praying to Pelor for guidance, and perhaps you are the guidance he sent me. I cannot believe to see you alive. Come, let me show you around. You guys look like shit. Let me show you to somewhere to perhaps rest and patch your wounds. Please come with me. And he
Renwick will
takes.
step forward as he's doing that and just be like, "No, I hate to interrupt such a wonderful reunion, but there was talk about 100,000 gold or so for for getting through that gauntlet. I'm assuming that was fake based on this whole facade." And he'll just kind of like gesture toward the guy to be like, "Do we get anything for that? Like, what the fuck, man?"
Yeah, no, Logos
Valinor
is
just
gonna
kind
stand
of
up,
Valinor kind of smiles at this, but yeah, go ahead, Logos.
and he's gonna be a little pissed, and he's gonna be like, "No, was this all some kind of cruel test? I mean, people died in there. We almost died. I mean, what was all this about? Like, Gladier, I'm happy for you that you came across a friend, but that was some fucked up shit. Was Teddy in on this? Like, what the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah.
Valinor kind of speaks up and he's like, "Oh, I will explain everything, my friends. But as know this, Teddy is an asshole. I promise you that. Follow me." He grabs a torch from the wall and kind of leads you out of this stone room and down into a hallway.
Can I make an insight check on him as he was talking to us?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Well, same here, especially after what fucking Teddy did. I trust nobody.
Natural 20 for a total of 26.
17 for Renwick.
You guys get a sense of giddiness, a sense that he is truly excited, and he's you get a childlike sense of like, oh my god, I'm so happy right now. Like, he's just kind of almost obnoxiously and annoyingly excited.
When we mention specific, do we mention Teddy? Does it there a sense of familiarity? Like, did we sense that he knew him as in his group, or
You assume that he knows
of
who
him?
Teddy is by him saying that Teddy is an asshole for sure. So at the very least, they know of each other.
I don't know, Gladier. I don't know if we should trust anybody.
I do not know where this mistrust comes from. I am a knight of the Holy Order of the Holy Fangs. I would never mislead you, Mr. Elf. Again, apologies. Introduce myself. I am Valinor. Who might all of you be? I know Gladier. He kind of gives you a rib jab. But all of you, I do not know. Who do you travel with, my cousin?
Well, there's some people that actually helped. Helped me save my new home ever since I left Kithmar Keep. This is a Logus, Blade, Locust, and Renwick. They're good people, and they've helped me get this far after the Silver Queen started to come after me. But I mean, you were my best friend growing up, but I have to admit they make some good points. What the hell is going on?
Indeed. He shakes everybody's hand as he kind of like introduces to you guys, kind of bowing. You are correct, and we should speak of this. I guess more answers now than later. The Silver Queen is no friend of mine, nor our people. This is another perversion of what she has done to once great nation. You know, this obstacle course was not always a thing of death. They have made it a pit of death. You know, this was at one point the very last trials, if you will, of your knighthood. Various knights would come and combat the contest, the obstacle course, but this was long ago. This was an ancient tradition. It has not been utilized in many years, and unfortunately, what was once a great ceremony for warriors that had many years of training is now a death pit for the fucking underlings of the silver cunt. So, you have accidentally stumbled upon my lair. It is a stronghold used by knights of the ancient order, but the last time someone completed the trials was me. And that was the night after the Great Conspiracy. This has been my home for years. And I watched your progress from the comfort of these halls, and so I could not affect it. I was rooting for you. And here we are. As I was praying to Pelor for guidance in the future, you happened upon my lap. Maybe you're the answer. Maybe not. But please, there's time for this. We can converse as much as you desire. Come, it is only around the corner. There is more comfortable accommodations and little pillows and these stone guardians, yes? And he kind of gestures to the hallway.
As he was talking, Locris was doing prestidigitation to clean himself up little by little.
The slime is definitely gross, but it's drying quickly, but you definitely clean yourself up.
Also, I'm not sure who would notice if anyone has good passive perception, but so far every time Valinor has mentioned Muchmouth. Every time Valinor has mentioned Paylor, kind of see a little like a twinge, like grimace or eye twitch on Glider's face, but kind of tries to hide it. But then he continues on following Valinor down the hallway.
I have a passive perception of 18. Do I notice his twitching?
Oh, for sure. So Valinor leads you guys kind of down a corner. There's a few. It's a long stone hallway. You can see the end of it, but it looks like there are several rooms to like the left and right. But he takes you out of this room, down the hall, and to the immediate next, right after that. And you guys walk into a fairly large room, half of which looks to be made up to be like a barracks. There are several beds, several like bunk beds type of a situation. Easily like a dozen beds. There are several like lockers and foot lockers and trunks and things. Looks like an area for soldiers to rest and store their things. And then on the other side of this room is like a kitchen like tavern combo. It's definitely got several places to sit and several tables for like feeding some probably soldiers meals, but it does also have a small bar, and behind it a wine rack, a few barrels of ale, some modest cooking supplies, and a cooking like stove looks to have been built into the wall. But it is like a very kind of modest area, and Valinor leads you here and kind of gestures. Please help yourself. This is where I have been staying for so long, but I don't not need all of this room. And it's pretty dusty. He goes and like shakes the dust off a few blankets on the beds and things, and kind of invites you guys to stick around, get comfortable, if you will. So I imagine you have many questions for Valinor, but I have some for you as well. Where did you go, Gladier? The Great Conspiracy was terrifying. That night was one of the worst nights I can recall in some time. I fled as far as I could go, and then I came here. I heard of the trials, and I figured, hey, I would rather die at my own terms than as a slave to the Silver Queen. But as I said, 2.5 years ago, I passed the trials, and I have been hiding here ever since. So what happened to you?
Well, my father was able to hide me before, once the attack started, and the assassins never found me. And so once everything quieted down, I escaped, took my father's armor, his weapons, as you can see, still wearing them. Probably not the best idea walking through the Silver Queen's terrain, but I try to hide it with the cloak and whatnot. But I just started walking through the desert, and I was lucky enough to be found by a family in Hatma. They took me in. They helped me, took care of me as their own, and stayed there, trained, worked, just lived my life, and then until I got strong enough to finally do something about it, and these kind folk came along and actually helped me and the rest of the town drive off some of the slavers, the quote unquote bounty hunters that the Silver Queen employs.
He spits on the floor when you say that.
Yeah, that was my reaction as well. But yeah, they helped me drive them off, saved my new family, and now they're helping me, at least as long as it suits their needs. They're helping me get my revenge. We're trying to, at least I'm trying to end her reign. This can't keep going on. We gotta end this, and I have to get justice for my family, for our families. I mean, she blew it all out in one night, and we can't let that stand. I'm not gonna let that stand.
He kind of nods, and you notice the once like happy and jovial, like bubbly Valinor that was like so excited to see you and greet your friends is now like kind of sitting in a somber kind of dark like mood. He gets a very stern, very serious look on his face as he listens to your tale. And he says, "Yeah, revenge is not something we take lightly, but sacrifice perhaps, must be made. Unfortunately, there are plans in motion, but I think we will speak of this later. There is much time. On the morrow, I am expecting a bit of information to arrive, and we should talk much more about this vengeance. It would please me greatly, but you forgive me, Gladier, but you and your allies, you look a bit rough around the edges. Perhaps you take a bit of time to rest and know this. You guys have technically passed the trial of knighthood in Hortonshire, no? So technically, as ancient tradition dictates, You are all now officially knights, so that comes with a few perks, I think. But, Gladier, we should talk more of our family's business. When do you have a little more privacy, for sure. He clasps your hand and like kind of gives you a meaningful gaze. You can kind of tell that the more you mention the Silver Queen, like he's just writhes almost at the very mention of her name. He's clearly not a fan. He gestures to you and the party. As a right of knighthood, what is mine here now belongs to each of you as well. We are all protectors of the realm, no? Ha! And he bangs his armor, and he says, "Let me prepare you a meal. Please, anything. Let us talk. Tell me of your travels. Tell me all of the great details about you and all of your friends. Where are they from? I assume none of them are dragonborn, so they must not be from Holdenshire, And he jumps on the other side of the bar, fires up the cooking pit, and cracks a few bottles of wine, and begins kind of try to catering to the party while both reciprocating and giving you as much information as he can. So as he kind of inquires as your guys' tales, is there anything particular you guys need to do at this moment? I dropped a map in the feed. As far as you know, you just seen a hallway up and down both sides with a few rooms here and there. You might have been able to peek at this or that, but for the most part, Valinor is trying diligently to prepare you guys a meal, and smells quite good right off the bat. Fresh herbs and minced garlic immediately are scents that waft through the air.
Renwick's gonna nudge Gladier and just be like, "I'm willing to bet that our buddy the smith that's making your special shield probably knows a way to have it delivered down into the forge area. Something to keep in mind."
That's a good point. He said he didn't seem to be a big fan of the Silver Queen, right? He might, maybe Valinor has some connections with him.
He also said he could deliver it to us discreetly if we had to leave town, which means he probably could deliver it discreetly if we were still, say, under the town.
Yeah, we might be able to hide out. I mean, if he's been hiding out here for so long, maybe we can hide out here and figure out what to do next.
You are absolutely welcome to hide out here, and I do have a trusted ally, if you will. He will be here in the morning if there is something you need fetched from town or things, simple things you need done. He is the best way to accomplish this without going into town yourselves and revealing yourselves to the silver twats that roam there.
So, what was the deal with this? So, I'm a little confused about the whole trial that you called it. Are you working with this Teddy guy, or?
To hell with Teddy. I do not work for him. I work for the god Pello and Pello alone. Teddy is a twat and also a turncoat. He was a valid member years ago, from what I hear, of the Thieves Guild, but he sold out hard for the Silver Queen's treasury.
So they don't know that you're down here?
No, they do not. Unfortunately, this is part of ancient culture that was not assimilated. The silver soldiers, they do not care for culture, they care for gold and violence. That is all that concerns them.
Can I inside check to see if they really don't know that he's down here?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna get in on that.
All right. Yeah, both of you.
It's 18 on the diet plus 6 for
It's a,
24.
it's a dirty 20 for me.
I have a 24 total.
You guys get a sense that he's being very genuine with you. He's very happy, direct eye contact, smiling. He genuinely, at least to his knowledge, he believes that this place is a hidden sanctuary. And he kind of mentions that the last person to complete the trials was me, and it was only a few days after the Great Conspiracy. The Silver Queen soldiers have not made their way to be so prevalent in the area, but they try monthly. The Silver Queen soldiers did eventually stumble upon the entrance, and they turned it into their own perverted Colosseum. They perverted the purpose of this once great trials, and they made it a pit of death. It used to be a pit of trial for the courageous and the honorable, not a pit of death and destruction for betting purposes. You will have to train for several years in the ways of knighthood before you'll be permitted to such a dangerous obstacle course. And the moon, being full, only allows the access once a month, and even then, when it back in the ancient times, it was not used monthly. It would take years upon years of training, and even the aboleth at the end was an agreement struck by Dragonborn, ancient heritage. They are not even around anymore. No, any member of their lines. They struck a deal with the demon of the water plane, if you ask me, but it was agreed to serve 10,000 years and a day. And for every night it could pass through the trials with purity in their heart, it would reduce by 100 years this debt. And when it was free, the aboleth would go free back to the plane of water, its egg would hatch, and its offspring would take its place, and the chain would continue. The exact specifics of this not known to me, but the general gist of it, yes.
Do you happen to have stables and a way to get horses?
I do not have stables here. Unfortunately, we are deep within the mountain. Almost a little more than a full day's travel from Hamilton Village here, but this is a subterranean layer. There is no stables, unfortunately.
Maybe out some horses then, especially if they realize where we were.
That is a problem, and we will have to address it for sure. However, the dwarves' construction is quite a feat of both stone mending and magic. So, believe me when I tell you that when the full moon sets, it will be at least a month before the Silver Queen's forces are able to force their way here. But rest assured, we must leave. That is part of the plan anyway, prior to you guys gracing my doorstep. What? Yes, we will leave soon, but we have at least a few weeks before this is absolutely necessary.
What do they think happened to us? I mean, they were watching us in this gauntlet, and then we went down a hole and disappeared. What do they think is going on? That we died, or are we supposed to be somewhere else?
This I do not know, but I can tell you that I'm sure my messenger, when he arrives tomorrow, will have a great bit of news. I would like to see the faces on those silver twats when you do not I hope you cost them all a fortune.
So too. Also, we're gonna have to make room before we leave this area to pay Teddy a visit.
Oh, I owe Teddy more than a visit, I assure you. If I was not a man of Pelor, Teddy would be roasting upon a spigot.
Oh, it's a good thing we're not all men of Paylor here. We can pay Teddy a visit for you.
Give me a deception check, lady.
Is this deception?
Did you just claim to be a man of Pelor and that your party are all men of Pelor as well?
I said it's a good thing we're not all men of Paylor.
Okay.
I was gonna say Renwick will step forward and just say, like, well, I'm not a man of Pelor. I live by my own code, but let's just say turnabout's fair play, and he'll kind of like crack his knuckles a little bit.
Valinor kind of looks at you, and kind of strokes his chin. He's like, "This is interesting. I figured since you have all recently become knights, you would be inducted into the Holy Fangs and become knights alongside myself, but I did not consider the Holy Fangs is a organization unique to Perloch himself. So I suppose you are your own order of knights. It has been some time since a new order was formed. This is very interesting. Allow me to show you the premises for now, at least a few weeks potentially. This is a safe place. We will have to leave soon, but for now, the Silver Queen, we're out of her reach. And he kind of takes another torch off the wall and gestures for the party to follow him and kind of gives you the grand tour of his lair, as it will. You guys are currently in the kitchen barracks area, and he walks you over to the armory forge, and lets you get a look in. This is where a little bit of tinkering can be done, should you find the aptitude. And you look around, and there are several, forged weapons on various weapon racks. There are several suits of armor sitting on like common like dummies. There are pretty much everything you would need to craft your own armor as far as tools. There's a decent forge, and there's even some raw supplies. He kind of gestures, this is Durak says, of course, and then he marches you down to the next room. It is a chapel of Pelor, a few benches, an altar. There is a giant symbol of the sun god shining upon this really clean white cloth on this altar, white candles, and it is clearly just a simple chapel to Pelor. He bows and says a prayer silently and then continues moving along. The ceremony hall is the room you guys kind of fell into. It's mostly like a place to celebrate fallen heroes. It is kind of plush and bougie. There's some nice pillows around and some oils and incense that are burning that make it smell good. But also there's a lot of like statues above crypts, I guess, of fallen heroes. He kind of gives you a quick tour of that. He walks across the hall from there into a room that is a decent sized library. Books line the shelf about 10 foot from the ground. This bookshelf is, and it lines the entire walls of the entire room. In the center is like a large desk with several chairs planted around it. One looks to be like a little plushier than the other, and in front of this chair is an orb on this desk. It's like a crystal ball, and he gestures. That is this artifact is tied to the temple. And I was able to watch your progress at least after you entered through this. And he kind of gestures to his crystal ball on the table as he ushers you along and down the hall again. Up on to the left is a storage room. He cracks it open, and you guys see like a variety of goods. Lots of furs, lots of clothing, some stored dry goods, lots of food, ale, just kind of a general storage for like general wares. And he's like, by all means, help yourself to anything you can find in the storage. Walks you across the hall again to the treasury. And as you guys kind of go down this hall, a golden gleam of light seems to emanate from this room. And as you enter, you are dumbfounded. The amount of treasure just scattered idly about this room is absolutely absurd. There are piles upon piles of gold coins, chests, gems, different various artworks, rough cut stones, encrusted blades. It's just an unfathomable amount of wealth just left in a large pile. And as he walks you in, Valinor, kind of smiles ear to ear at Renwick, and he says, "I suppose a freshly knighted knight would have as much access to this room as any of the others, to do with what they would see fit." He winks at Renwick and kind of gestures for you guys to go hog wild and enter the room if you'd like.
Oh, 100%. Like without thinking twice, sees all of this after everything we've been through, sees that Gladir goes back and, like has grown up with this dude. And he's just like, well, I mean, who am I to impose on something like that? We did just enter knighthood. And quite frankly, I feel like a knight such as myself might be looking for maybe a fancier hat or perhaps some new digs, maybe something to, bolster my new title. I'm sure my party members would agree, and he'll just kind of like saunter his way into the room and start poking around.
Valinor totally agrees. He's like, of course, what is knighthood? Was that a bit of wealth to throw around? Am I wrong?
Well, where did you get all this gold?
Gladir, this was once a place of our people. It is one of the few safe houses, one of the few fortresses of secrecy that has remained a secret from the Silver Queen. Places like this exist all across Hortonshire, but unfortunately, the Silver Queen has found most of them. And it is only a matter of time before she finds this place too.
Well, I mean, I guess if she's gonna find it at some point anyway, we might as well, make use of all this wealth. Right?
My point exactly. Help yourself, of course. This is as much mine as it is yours. This is a amassing of a wealth of our people during the times when life was good. Hundreds of years of prosperity gets placed somewhere. No, help yourself, my cousin.
I mean, this could help us fund a revolution, fund an army. Like we could.
It has been. Do you think the Holy Fangs are broke? No. We are very, very not.
Well, also, my friends here are helping out of the good of their heart. I mean, they have no real fight in this battle. That, as you said before, they're not from here, so I think they also probably deserve a little bit of good from the good they've been given. So, yeah, guys, go on.
Well, I've shown you the accommodations. I am going to return to the chapel for just a bit and say a few prayers. Please make yourself comfortable here. And the one place I did not show you, the hallway goes on for many miles. That is the exit, and we must be cautious if we are going that way. We must go together, and inside we are safe. Outside are not guaranteed. So please help yourself to the facility, but if you find the need to leave, allow me to escort you to the exit, as it is a process to exit the fortress.
Renwick would like to insight check him for leaving us alone in a treasury and saying he's going to pray. Because I've been burned before. I don't trust anybody outside of the party.
Absolutely. Go ahead and insight check him.
That is a 4. I am just diving into all of the loot.
Yeah, you think about protesting, and then fuck, you see a big ass gem sitting on a fucking busted open, overflowing chest full of gold coins, and you think about protesting for a moment, and you just don't. So, the way this is going to work, I'm going to give the party a hefty dose of gold. But each of you are going to make a couple rolls for me. Everybody, I need a D12 for like a particular treasure item, and I'm going to need a D100 for something maybe a little sweeter. So let's go on down the line. I'm gonna start. Let's start with Logos. Logos, give me a D12 and a D100 as you kind of walk your way around this treasury.
I rolled a 12 on the D12 and a 55 in the D100.
Logos, one thing that catches your eye, he said you can take some items from here, help yourself to whatever you'd like. And one of the things that catches your eye is a fist-sized ruby. It is transparent, clear, and like a deep red to like a crimson color. And it is just the most beautiful cut you have ever seen. And you decide you want to pocket it. You currently have a ruby worth roughly 5,000 gold pieces.
Oh my god.
5,000?
Correct.
I'm gonna slide a hand that so no one sees it.
Alongside that, as you're kind of just perusing through these coins and things, you see a just kind of glint of a shimmer of like a shine, like some kind of arcane energy. And you walk over and you find a spell scroll. Okay, moving on.
Do I know what kind of spell it is?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check real quick.
It's just a +1. It's a 13 total.
You know that is a second level spell, but you kind of fail to identify what level spell it is. So, for now, put it in your inventory as second level spell scroll ? All right, let's move on down to Renwick. Give me a D12 and a D100 roll.
All right. D12 is a 6. And 100 on a D100. Never rolled that.
Nice. So, as you're kind of like perusing around this vast like treasure room, what catches your eye is what they call a star ruby, just sitting by itself upon a small pile of gold. It's a translucent ruby with a white star-shaped like center, and this beautiful cut gemstone is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Okay, moving on to the hundo. A clean 100, huh? Very nice. Let's see what you got. Renwick here. You come across, you too see like a flicker of arcane pulsing in this like pile of coins, and you brush a large pile of coins to the side, and standing buried beneath him is a wand of some kind. Clearly crackling with arcane energy. This wand just kind of sticks out of the gold.
As he's sifting the gold aside from the wand, can he sift that into his bag?
Oh yeah, for sure. The party's gonna get a large allotment of just straight gold, but everybody will have their own personal like treasure item. We'll say.
Okay, cool. Can I go ahead and roll a check to see if I know what the wand is?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check as you kind of are, or you could Arcana or Investigation. We'll say whichever you prefer on this wand.
Oh, they are the same, so flat check it is. 14.
It's a magic wand of some kind, but you fail to discern its purpose without like attuning yourself to it.
Fair enough.
Okay, moving on down. Blades. Give me a D12 and a D100.
All right, so I got an 11 on the D12.
Okay, so as you're kind of perusing the piles and piles of treasure, a ruby catches your eye as well. Not a ruby, but a stone. As you go to inspect, it's called a jacinth. I'm going to drop this in the chat because I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay, so it's called a jacinth, and it is a transparent, fiery orange gemstone of immaculate quality, and it too you estimate to be worth about 5,000 gold pieces.
Hot damn.
And what was your D100 roll?
26.
A glimmering, shining potion with a fancy bottle just kind of strikes your eye as you kind of make your way to it. And you have found some kind of potion. It's like a purple, murky liquid that seems to glitter. But you have acquired this a potion of some kind. Go ahead and give me an Arcana or an Investigation check to identify it.
Right, investigation. 16.
You are able to identify this potion as a potion of resistance.
Ooh, not bad.
Okay, moving on down. Locris. Go ahead and give me a D12 and a D100.
An 11 on the 12.
So you too, just like Blade, he goes and pulls out one of these jacinths stones, and you are just perplexed by it, and it is beautiful, and you yourself also come across one and find it beautiful, a perfect cut, and you pick it up and pocket it as well. Also worth roughly 5,000 gold pieces.
And then a 58 on a D100.
You too come across there's an arcane flicker, and you as well come across an intricately tied at least spell scroll. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check or an investigation check to identify it.
A natural 20 for 22.
Oh snap! 22, eh? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Give me just a second here. I gotta look this up real quick. I don't want to give you anything that's super OP. You guys tend to be clever and totally screw me, but I gotta double check this spell real quick. Okay, it's not anything too crazy. I just wasn't familiar with the spell. It is a second level spell scroll of Enthrall. Okay, moving on down from Locris Gladier. Go ahead and give me a D12 and a D100.
All right, D12 was a 5.
So as you're kind of cruising around this treasury, a translucent pale blue with green and golden mottling opal is just sitting on top of one of these open chests, and it just catches your eye. It's very beautiful and very pristine cut, and you take it and pocket it. This particular opal is worth about 1,000 gold pieces.
And I rolled a 7 on the D100.
As a paladin, you kind of get a better sense of healing magic, if you will, a little divine intervention type of situation. But you don't notice anything particularly valuable, like aside from your gem. But you do stumble across, just kind of gazing, as you kind of walk along, you uncover with a step a potion, and as you reach down and grab it, you recognize this potion immediately. You stumble upon a potion of greater healing.
All right, I'll take that. Good for the paladin, the healer to have. Potion of greater healing.
Okay, aside from that, I'm gonna allow 1,500 gold pieces per party member, as far as like a pooled party gold. So, 1,500 times 5. Well, what are we looking at? 5,000 plus an extra.
3,000.
It's like 7,500 ish. Is that about right?
You said 15,000 divided by the 5 of us?
1,500 times 5.
1,500. Okay. Oh, times 5.
Yeah,
Thanks.
1,500 times 5, 7,500.
Oh, okay.
So the party gold, 7,500, and you each have a very valuable item alongside, something a wee bit more magical.
Good night.
So we each get 1,500.
Yeah, that's basically the breakdown. You could take the 1,500 gold pieces, and you could even break them down for the sake of weight processing. Rather than carry 1,000 coins on you, you could take 150 platinum, or if you choose.
Okay. I just did the gold. 100. Holy shit, we're rich as fuck. All right.
Well,
I think
boys,
we all, I think we
something-
owe to you now.
Remwick's gonna look around at everybody with their jewels and their spells and wands and shit, and just be like, "Well, boys, I guess this is the one time that you're gonna want to make the exception of not pulling our loot together."
Yeah, and aren't you glad you didn't turn me in for that bounty? be a little
Well,
less. I think.
something tells me that bounty's worth a little bit more than 1,000 gold for a star ruby, but well, I guess you could say I like you. And he'll just kind of like smile at you as he's tucking his star ruby away. And then he'll look over at Locris and be like, "Hey, Locris, I'm a bit more inclined to daggers than I am magic. Can you tell me what this wand does?" And he'll just hold it out to him.
Well, sure as hell try.
Go ahead and give me
Also
a
have a-
Arcana or an investigation check.
Also have a spell scroll here if you want to try to look at it.
That I have no idea what that wand is.
What'd you roll? Anything good?
6.
It's definitely magic.
I could take a look at that spell scroll, give it a shot.
Okay, Arcana or investigation for whoever's in checking out the spell scroll.
Oh wait, this is a check. I'm still exhausted. Maybe not me. Actually, I'm really tired. I don't think I'll be able to read those texts too well right now.
Blade can take a look.
Okay, yeah, Arcana or investigation.
Nope, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, maybe
It's
you
all right.
can't read, but perhaps you've got a better idea about feel. And he'll just kind of like push the wand into their hands and be like, "Please tell me what this is."
Just feel Renwick's wand. It's not that hard.
I just put my wood in your hands and tell me if anything magic happens.
Oh, I've got a ring for it.
What was it?
He's got a ring for his wand.
Oh, very nice. Vibrates? Gel tip?
Just just crystal.
Yeah. Anybody wanted to take a peek at Renwick's wand? Go ahead and give me an investigation or Arcana check as well.
I'll try the ring and the scroll anyway. Even I have disadvantage, but I'll give a look anyway. So I'll start with the wand.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't
fuck that
see
up.
shit on the wand. That's a 6. Roll.
God damn, dude. We just got to get some sleep. We're exhausted from the.
Yeah,
fucking-
no, I need sleep. The scroll was even worse than the wand. I rolled a 3.
I rolled an 8.
You guys are so like they're shiny and they're emitting like a spark of arcane energy here and there, and as you kind of inspect them and shake them about and clang them together, they continue to do so. But as far as what they actually do, you guys are fucking clueless.
I'm just tired.
After a short spell, Valinor returns. He still has a large grin on his face. Yeah, enjoying yourselves, I see. I too was drawn to this room when I first got here for quite some time, I must say. And he flashes at. He slowly flashes his hand and kind of waves his fingers, and you notice some pretty fancy looking rings. Emanating a little bit of arcane this or that on Valinor's hand, as he smiles at you.
Logos is gonna go. Valinor, what does this scroll do? We're all so tired and we can't figure it out.
I was going to say Renwick wanted to go over and sleight of hand the wand into his hand and be like, "Thank you so much for sharing the treasures with us. Now, can you please tell me what the fuck this thing does?"
Holy shit, you guys look rough. Yeah, it is hard to look at this and gauge what is going on. But let me take a look. And he looks over the wand. He says, "This wand is known as the Wand of Secrets. So be very careful what you do with this. and he hands it to Renwick. He snatches up the scroll and kind of opens it up and looks at it. He, after a moment of reading it, he turns back to Logos and he says, Logos, this is a spell scroll known as Cordon of Arrows. I'll drop it in the chat real quick.
Heard something arrows. Oh yeah.
And yeah. Is there anything else you guys would need? I've prepared you a nice meal. I've poured you some wine. I've made a little bit of incense, and then the barracks is yours for the evening. I will accompany you and hopefully trade some war stories. No.
Well, I mean, I'd hate to take advantage of your hospitality, and I would appreciate a warm bed for the night, but we expended a fair amount of our goods trying to get through these trials. Would the general store area happen to have perhaps any healing potions we could take with us? Something tells me they're going to come in handy in the near future. Classic Renwick wink.
And also,
Well, this is something that I could potentially commission for you. If you need something that we do not have here, as I said, my messenger shall arrive in the morning, and then we could send him on his way. He does not. He only shows up maybe once a week or so, so you must, you'll be stuck here for a small amount of time. But we could potentially buy anything that you need bought from the markets in Hamilton Village.
Oh yes. I think we all probably want to stock up on some, at the very least, some health potions. It's stuff to keep us alive in any future conflicts. So maybe we can, when that messenger gets here tomorrow, we can send him back off to, send him off with some gold, and we can get some potions to, like I said, keep us alive. Or anything else we might think of.
Certainly, my resources are yours. As much as I could help, I will be happy to. This place is very lonely when you only have a visitor for a few moments once a week. I'm very glad to see that you have arrived safely, but more glad to know that perhaps Paylor has not forsaken us all. And he kind of smiles as he looks on to you and your party just having a gay old time in this treasure room.
I don't know. Is there a way to the top, to maybe the town? Some of us have the ability to change our appearance if we need to make a run for something up top, or maybe pay certain people a visit, and kind of side eye Locris. Is there a way we can get up to the top if need be?
Certainly, you are about a day's travel away from the village. It will be a good long walk to get from the entrance here back to Hamilton Village, but it is possible, yes.
When the messenger comes tomorrow, I'll go with him to make sure we get the items that anybody requests, and I'll change my appearance to look like the Golden Dragonborn Valor.
Oh, impressive! You look handsome.
I can move quietly.
This I guess we could speak of it, but I recommend against this. My allies are very secretive, members of this city, and unfortunately, though your true form may have been hidden, you put all of us at risk by accompanying our messenger, but essentially I cannot stop you. You are a knight of the same rank as me. But I guess we will have to leave it to the messenger whether he wants to risk his life to journey back to town with you. But it is, I can advise against it, but we are of equal rank here as guardians of the realm. So,
So what do you say, gentlemen? Should we? I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty pooped. Maybe it's time to turn in for the night.
Yeah, I think that might be a really, really good course of action right now.
certainly.
Renwick starts unfolding a bedroll on top of the piles of gold.
Your friends are strangely dear, but I like them.
Yeah, they're not too bad. They've definitely saved my ass more than a few times. So they're all right in my book.
Indeed. Please, before you retire for the night, come and speak with me. But just a moment. I'll be in the chapel to Pelo for a bit longer. Please, before you retire, come and speak with me. And then he kind of gives you guys a little bow and heads off back to the chapel.
Well, fellas, you guys get some sleep. I'm gonna, I guess, go catch up a little bit, and then I'll be joining you shortly. I think, I think we're safe here. There's only one entrance in and out, so can't be too hard to defend, even if they do on some random happenstance find us down here.
Yeah, so for the most part, you guys are just kind of welcome to utilize the facility however you see fit, but you guys are pretty beat, and I imagine you're not long for a good long rest. As the party kind of goes about, doing their thing, Gladier, you can't help but feel enticed to speak to Valinor, your childhood friend, and you approach the temple or the chapel area, and you find him, kneeling before the altar, muttering prayers, just kind of going through his nightly routine.
He would Claire just kind of walks up and stops, maybe like 5-7 feet away from him, just kind of clears his throat, let him know he's there.
It has been some time, has it not? He stands and turns to you, and he comes and sits in one of the pews and kind of gestures for you to maybe sit by him as he kind of looks off longingly.
Glitter hesitates for a moment, but then sits down next to him, kind of looking a little stiff.
Gladier, I cannot lie. I have been praying for some time for some sort of sign, and none have come. We are losing, Gladier. We are losing the hearts and minds of the people, what we stood for, how we have stood for it. The people hate us. They continue to hate us. They grow to hate us. The more we help, the more we try to help, the more ferocious the Silver Queen strikes at the people. And we are losing this war. There is no more gold dragonborns that are free. They are all captured. From our intelligence, they are all in the dungeons in the Silver Keep. It started simple. It started with the bending of the knees. A few of us who refused were automatically outcast and scattered to the winds. But half of our clan leaderless, they chose to bend the knee, and they were enslaved for it. The Silver Queen's paranoia did not take long to catch up. They are all high priority targets, I suppose, from the bounty hunters. Not a single member of our family lives free. They are all in the slave pits of the Silver Queen. And it has been this way for some time. We are trying, but for every slave we free, every unjust rebel caught that we allow to roam the countryside once more, the Silver Queen, she strikes at us tenfold. She has taken so much from us, even our home. We are not allowed. The Holy Knights have been asked by the people to stop defending Gesmar Keep. The Silver Queen, every time she sees our face, she makes the people suffer so much. Gladia, we are losing this war, and it is all but lost. There's no hope. At least what we thought until you and your friends arrive. You might have give us this spark, but the plan is as of now that the Holy Fangs will make a final assault on the Silver Keep, and in our sacrifice we hope to sow enough confusion and discord to free as many of our kin as we can, and pray that they can find their way away from the lands of the Silver Queen without our aid, for it is likely the final sacrifice. This plan is pretty desperate, but we have fear that there is no other choice. The Silver Queen has pushed us to the brink of extinction.
Rihanna, you need to go lay down. Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was on mute.
No worries. But yeah, he just kind of glares at you, Gladier, and he's, I know that you are in hiding as I have been, but we cannot do this any longer. I do not expect you to sacrifice your lives or the lives of your friends, but our kin, it is do or die. They will all die slaves in the slave pits, and we will fade into legends if we do not do something.
Gladier's gonna takes a deep breath, lets out a long sigh. Well, we can't just let our clan die out. We gotta free whoever's left underneath the Silver Keep, and we have to dethrone the Silver Queen. We can't let her continue this reign. If she was good and fair and just, then of course, we let her go on. But she's not any of that. She's done too much evil, and it's gonna come back on her. I promise you that. So we need to gather up all of your allies, everyone you know who is with our cause, and we need to storm her keep. We need to gather everyone. Man, we've heard some talks around some me and my new friends here. We've heard some talks about some of the red dragonborns. I mean, as well as I do that they used to be our allies. So maybe we can get some of the red dragonborns on our side and get enough people to assist us in this. And then also, we've also heard talk of the green dragonborns, the people in what is the forest? I have it in my notes somewhere. 1 second.
Wormwood Forest.
Wormwood Force. Yes.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes, I agree. This is a good idea. We should do this, but the people are scared. They lose faith in the Holy Fangs, the Red Dragon Bones. They wish to do something more, but they do not have the numbers to stand against the Silver Queen. She has vastly more troops, and some of which the Red Dragon Bone have turned good altogether, working for her directly. Rather than be a victim, they are victimizers now. And the Green Dragonborn have always been out for themselves. They are currently allied with the Silver Queen, but they are more like a sovereign nation. They are very wise, very gifted in the arcane arts, and have treated an alliance with the Silver Queen for her not fucking with them, essentially. They are allowed to do their experiments unfettered and rendered and unsupervised, as long as they provide certain services and supplies to the Silver Soldiers. The Silver Queen just allows them to do as they wish. They do not wish to be subjugated in the way the rest of Hordenshire is. To be fair, the Silver Queen, compared to the Greens, also vastly outnumbered. The Greens are a very small clan compared to the wide spread wings of the Silver Queen.
They may be a smaller clan, but I mean, if they're powerful in the arcane arts, then
I think if push came to shove, they might be able to rebel. They are powerful enough and not so small like the Red Dragonborns, but the Green, I feel, would be the lesser of two evils. They would not accept alliances or subjugation. If given the chance, make no mistake, is the clan of Green Dragonborns who would take Hordenshire in a way similar to the Silver Queen if given the chance.
well, if we know anything about the Silver Queen, she wants total control. And I think she's only going to let the Green Dragonborns have their independence for so long. I mean, there's going to come a point in time where she's going to push her control onto them. So if we can convince them of that fact and have them help us, that combined with the Red Dragonborns, we might be able to push back and storm the Silver Keep, free whatever is left of our clan, and dethrone her completely. We just, it all just depends on us being able to convince enough people. But I mean, we have, not to sound arrogant, but we have two members of borderline royal family in the Golden Dragonborns that once were all powerful. Not all powerful, but you get what I mean. We were.
Yes, we were as sure as shit all powerful. Fuck those guys.
And we could bring back that fairness in the justness of our parents' reign. We could, if we can convince these two clans that they're better off with us than this tyrannical, slave-driven queen, then I think we stand a chance.
I believe this is true. You are right, but there are a few allies we have here and there, but for the most part, the Holy Fangs, we are only a dozen deep. And the Silver Queen has the advantage. All of the soldiers. She sits on a keep on an island surrounded by the cold Arctic waters. The island itself is a mountainous iceberg that reaches high into the sky, and the Silver Queen's Silver Keep is at the top of this mountain. It is quite possibly the most defensible place in all of Daanal Wisech. I do not believe, without outnumbering her significantly, we will not win an outright siege. I do not think we would make it into the keep without subterfuge, but a small team of individuals working together, we might be able to get 15 or 20 of us in to cause some damage. The plan currently has a lot to do with freeing the slaves she has been exploiting. Make them our army on the inside and fight our way out rather than fight our way in.
Well, with 12 holy fangs and the 5 of us.
Our plan originated without the 5 of you. You, another capable team, might change the plans altogether. On the morning when my messenger arrives, I will do what I can to reach out to my people, and we will see what strategy your presence has enabled for us, our forces. We're not sure if it is good or bad, but an extra handful of you, we might be able to actually tactically strike at the Silver Queen, rather than sacrifice ourselves and hope that some of our people escape the treacherous waters and the icy mountain. But, alas, this must wait for another day. Let us see what the messenger brings from Hamilton tomorrow, and then we will talk more of this plan. Yes.
Sounds good to me. I think we should take the Silver Queen's own strategy and sneak in there, and like she did with Kathmara, and the sands of justice will come for her.
I like that, the Sons of Justice. Well, I'm going to retire for the evening, Lydia. We have much catching up to do, but I must ask, from brother to brother, why I cannot condone a separate path for myself. I do notice that you no longer follow the god Pelor. I mean, our family symbol is the sun, and he is the sun god. It is curious to me how you've fallen in with such a different deity. And his eyes flick to the dagger that you've taken from your uncle that clearly bears the symbol of Hor.
Well, to be completely candid with you, I felt that Paylor did not, mm, our whole clan praised him, followed him, did everything that he asked to the letter. And the only thing that came to us was death and despair. And as I was walking through that desert, and as I was training my body to fight back against said despair, horror came to me, and he promised me justice. He promised me that her evil deeds will be met with similar likeness. So I decided to throw my hat in the ring there.
Well, that is admirable. The the following the sun god is not for everyone. I would be a liar if I said I did not have similar feelings about Pelor at one point or another in my life. I am sad to see you walk away from the great warmth and generosity of the sun god, but I am happy you have found another place. He kind of clasps you on the shoulder. You have a strong way about you, and perhaps Hor has something to do with that. To each his own. Now, my fellow knight, I am going to get some sleep. Thank you so much for the conversation, and we must have many more on the morrow after my messenger gets here. Please, you and your friends, as I said, make yourselves at home. Anything that is mine is now yours. Please, use the facilities to your heart's desire.
Can I see how, maybe do a check to see how if he's being honest about, not being offended or like super upset about me not following Paylor anymore? Like, did that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and make an insight check and make it with advantage.
Oh, that's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. Right there in the middle. With advantage. Ha! That's even better. Dirty 20.
With the dirty 20, you can tell he's kind of disappointed that you broke off from the faith that has kind of traditionally been the deity of your people. But he's not like morally offended or repulsed by you or anything. He's a little disappointed that his way of life and his god didn't do it for you, but he doesn't seem to like hold a grudge or anything.
Okay. Yeah, with that, I'd, clasp him on the shoulder as well and wish him good night, and then head off to bed as well. Find an empty cot and collapse into it and pass the fuck out.
All right, gentlemen, I think that's where we are going to have to call the session for the evening.
Holy shit.
Fucking great session, man.
My God, we spent what, a fucking hour in that room before we even really moved more than like 10 feet. Sean, you had us fucking terrified for like a good week, man. Not okay.
I just kind of wanted to scare you guys a lot, okay?
We had so many fucking different plans of what was gonna happen just if we got through the room, and no idea of what was gonna happen in the room. There were so many theories bounced around and possible things we were gonna do. 7 different escape plans. Jesus Christ.
We were all very stressed for the past week.
I noticed you guys incited the fuck out of the next NPC I threw at you.
Forever and always. You did that to yourself. We will insight check everybody at least twice forevermore.
It's like that meme. It's a holy man in a robe. Insight fail. Nope, I run.
That's exactly how it feels, man. I've been burned.
So, question here. Do we level up after this session?
Yeah, good call on that. We do. Let's reconvene next session with a party of level 5s.
All right.
I think
so. We're gonna call
right.
it long rest, and we are officially the level 5.
Correct. Next session, you have finished your long rest, and you will officially be level 5 for sure.
Fuck yeah. All right. That was a great session. That was fun as fuck.
So do some leveling up in the off time. Meanwhile, fellas, as always, I kind of got to bail. So keep in touch on the socials. Let me know how everything's going throughout the week. And, betterhelp.com, you guys. Betterhelp.com.
All right, guys. Talk to y'all later.
Nice plug, buddy. Great session, guys.